Shooting's been a hobby for me for at least the past 33 years. It helps you think in a way that is tactical and practical as well. Personal security, of course, has always been a concern. Especially as a prosecutor.
All rise.
My name is Ron Dersh. I'm a deputy prosecuting attorney for Snohomish County.
I'm trying the Jerry Jones case now for the third time. The case has spanned approximately 17 years of my career.
This is a shocking scene, I think, even to the veteran police officers who responded.
I'm Joe Ward. I'm a homicide detective for the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, and I was here 17 years ago to investigate the murder of Lee Jones. Mrs. Jones had received a lot of injuries to her body. She had over 60 wounds, slashes, stabs.
She's in the bathtub while she is being killed, and she is vocal. She is yelling, she is screaming, she is battling her assailant.
It looked like she had fought for her life in that room and lost. Jerry Jones says he heard a noise and responded and found his wife stabbed. And as he found her, someone brushed by him and pushed him against the wall and cut his hand. Jerry's story is unbelievable.
Detective Ward begins to realize that it just doesn't add up, and that he has the murder suspect right in front of him. It was a great relief to get that first guilty verdict in this case. We have the Ninth Circuit deciding that it was a weak circumstantial case and that it should be retried. It's 2001, we did it the second time.
The jury finds the defendant, Jerry Bartlett Jones, guilty of the crime of murder in first degree as charged.
A verdict that was extremely satisfying, one that I hoped meant the end of the case. The Court of Appeals of the state of Washington reverses us. Again, I'm quite angry and embittered by what the Court of Appeals has done. As a prosecutor, there are certain cases that resound in your consciousness, that affect you on some emotional level. This was one of them. So I was not looking forward to visiting that place yet again. Came the dawn. Round three.
Opening statement from the defense, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This trial had a strange twist as the murder defendant acted as his own attorney.
I've decided to represent myself.
He just keeps coming back.
Nobody knows the case better than I do.
It's almost as though he and I were meant to show up in the same courtroom and fight this thing out.
Defending your life.
I loved my mother very much. And if I had any doubt whatsoever that my dad might have done it, I wouldn't be standing by him like this.
For almost 17 years,
My sister and I can come down this evening.
Kim Jones and her younger sister Beth
Our other interview starts at about 6.
have been on a mission,
There's no way that he did this.
trying to prove their father, Jerry Jones Jr.,
No, this is wrong.
is innocent of brutally killing their mother Lee.
Has there ever been a moment where you've said, maybe Dad did do this?
No. You have to know my dad. No. My dad is a very peaceful man.
He never even raised his voice at anyone in the family.
Jerry, how you feeling? I'm feeling great.
48 Hours began following this story in 1999, when Jerry Jones was released from prison for the first time.
This is a dream come true.
After an appeals court ruled his lawyer was ineffective.
My dad deserves freedom just like everybody else.
His release marked the beginning of an incredible legal drama. In 2001, Jerry Jones was retried and reconvicted. And then remarkably, an appeals court reversed that conviction because the jury didn't hear crucial evidence. Now, Jones and his daughters are back for round 3. And this time, Jones will be represented by the man he says knows this case better than anyone, himself.
All rise. Court is again in session.
Do you have any legal training at all?
No, I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
If they can get a feel for me as a human being, then they'll be convinced that I am not capable of murdering anyone.
the evidence will tell you that I loved my wife.
He'll be going toe-to-toe with the man who has prosecuted him twice before.
Please listen carefully to the evidence in the case.
Ron Dersch.
We do our best to make sure that murderers don't get away with murder.
The prosecutor will be unable to prove to you that I murdered Lee for one very simple reason. I did not do it.
And to ensure a fair verdict, this jury won't hear about Jerry Jones's earlier trials or convictions.
I'm not perfect, I've made mistakes, but I'm not a murderer.
I'd give anything if I could have her back right now.
It was Lee's beauty that first caught his attention back in 1970.
I encountered the most gorgeous creature I'd ever laid eyes on in my life.
When Jerry was stationed in Vietnam, serving in the Air Force.
She had these beautiful brown eyes and the most gorgeous smile you've ever seen. And for me, it was just love at first sight.
They married in Vietnam, and their first child, Kim, was born there. Within months, Jerry's tour ended, and Lee left her family behind and moved to the U.S. to start a new life.
2 more children are born,
Mm-hmm.
Beth and Thomas.
Yes.
Jerry retired after 20 years in the Air Force, and the family moved to Bothell, Washington, just outside Seattle.
They were just in the prime of their marriage.
Look at those lovebirds. Oh, how sweet.
They were always hugging each other. They were always kissing and they were very close and very happy.
Jerry became a successful pharmaceutical salesman. Lee was a busy housewife, raising 3 children.
Everything in our home was encouraging and positive.
These are the last pictures of Lee, taken at a Thanksgiving celebration. 9 days later, she would be stabbed 63 times in the family bathtub.
When my wife needed me the most, I couldn't do it. I couldn't help her.
On the night of December 3rd, 1988, Jerry and Lee were at home with 4-year-old Thomas. According to Jerry, Lee had put their son to sleep, then went to the hallway bathroom to take a bath. Jazz music was playing from a radio in Jerry's study. He was across the hall in the master bedroom. His shower was running in the adjoining bathroom.
I heard this horrible scream, one loud, piercing scream. I'd never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Jerry says he raced towards the bathroom door.
This is happening so quickly, so fast. You start perceiving that something is coming out. And as I'm moving closer to the doorway, you see more and more, and it's a knife.
Jerry remembers colliding with an intruder and reaching for the knife.
And in the process, I suffered some cuts. I'm knocked back. I hit my head against the wall. Boom, fall to the floor. And I'm seeing these black and white flashing lights. And when I got up, there was nobody in the hallway any longer. They immediately went into the bathroom. And I encountered the most horrible situation I've ever seen in my life.
911, what do you have? Hurry, my wife, she has been stabbed repeatedly.
I find my wife in the tub, and she is struggling. I said, my God, Lee, what happened? She was trying to speak, I'm convinced of that. I can recall this chattering sound of her teeth.
Can Can you tell me where she's stabbed?
All over.
Okay, is there a knife in her anywhere? Do not remove the knife.
Her eyes were wide open, and she was looking right at me, and I realized that she was losing her physical life very rapidly.
Will you help me help her?
I'll try. What can I do?
Is she breathing?
I don't think so. Ma'am, I think she's dead.
Amid this blood and chaos, Thomas woke up.
I went upstairs and I found my mother. She was in the bathtub and was bloody.
No father on this earth would want his son to see his mother in that condition.
It was one of the most violent murders I've ever seen. She was viciously attacked, and she fought for her life. These are all scene photographs taken the night of the investigation.
Detective Joe Ward was the lead investigator.
All I could see was that I had a wet and bloody man with a hand wrapped in a towel and a dead wife in the bathroom.
I think they had already made up their mind. Lee is dead. Jerry is at home. Case is closed.
We don't have any witnesses that saw anybody run from the house. We don't have any DNA. There's really an absence of any evidence of an intruder.
Jerry, did you murder your wife, Lee Jones?
No, I didn't, Peter. They didn't do an investigation that night. And within 2 hours, I found myself under arrest for something I didn't do.
Making an arrest that night without talking to anybody else other than my dad was a very big mistake.
I'm the one who knows what happened on that December night better than anyone else.
As daughters Kim and Beth listen to their father's opening statement, they know this third trial may be his last.
There was no reason, no motive.
And his best chance to prove
it was an intruder who did it.
Someone else murdered Lee Jones.
You will hear that a disturbed teenage neighborhood boy committed this awful crime.
I think he's desperate. Too sure the finger is pointed elsewhere.
I lived in the shadow of the L, the J train. It ran about 10 feet from my window. My mom and dad owned a delicatessen there for about 35 years.
This Queens, New York neighborhood is a long way from Everett, Washington. But for prosecutor Ron Dersch, there's a close connection.
I think that Ron saw Lee Jones as someone similar to his mom.
Mara Rosano is Ron's wife and also a prosecutor.
His mom was someone very special in his life.
My mother was an immigrant, and she always spoke heavily accented English. She was about 5'4", and her name was Elizabeth, and everyone called her Leah.
And he's determined to get justice for Lee Jones.
Here's the old case file.
Even after all these years.
This is all Jerry Jones. These are all his.
Well, there's no doubt I'm sick of the case. Not sick enough to let him go.
As prosecutor Ron Dersch begins his case, he's feeling the pressure. He's won hundreds of trials, but now faces the possibility of professional humiliation. What if Jerry Jones, a self-taught lawyer wannabe who Dersch has convicted twice before, wins this case?
That'd be a hard one to swallow, wouldn't it? That'd be tough.
Is Jerry a good attorney?
I think he is. He's done a lot better than I have on occasion. Let's take you back to December 3rd of 1988.
Dersch believes his opposing counsel is, in fact, his best evidence.
The strongest piece of evidence is Jerry Jones. He is still here. He is still alive. Her autopsy will show that.
He tells the jury about Lee's defensive wounds, the blood spatter in the bathroom, and the cuts on Jerry's right hand, that Jerry says were caused by the intruder.
They're consistent with a defensive move on my part to knock the knife out of his hand when I encountered him in the hallway.
Showing you exhibit number 121.
But a forensic expert testifies the cuts more likely occurred when Jerry's hand slid off the knife handle.
Blood on the hand of the assailant can be transferred to the handle of the knife, making it slippery.
As he allegedly stabbed Lee dozens of times. Jerry counters with his own expert.
It's a cut. That's all you can say.
My fingerprints were not on the knife. My blood was not on the knife. And my DNA is not on the knife. How on earth is it possible to stab someone 63 times and yet leave no physical evidence whatsoever?
I think that he rinsed off the handle of that knife. I think he was fully aware that there would be some testing, fingerprint or otherwise.
The jury also hears that Jerry let crucial minutes pass.
3-5 minutes.
911, what do you have? Hurry.
Before calling 911.
Jerry, Lee is in the tub bleeding to death, and you still haven't called 911. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
But Ron believes he knows why. In the midst of everything, 4-year-old Thomas comes upstairs.
And not just once, but several times, as far as we're able to tell. And at this point, Jerry's hands are already full. He's got a dying woman, he's got cuts on his hands, and here comes his kid.
Jerry takes Thomas back to his bedroom.
If you didn't kill Lee, why in the world would you have taken your young son back downstairs and left him there when you don't know whether or not the killer is still in the house?
Well, Peter, you're presuming, of course, that I'm thinking clearly, coherently, and logically at this point in time.
There is no intruder in the home, and there never was. The killer is Jerry Jones. He knows Thomas is safe downstairs.
Thomas comes upstairs again. This time, Jerry takes his son to Graham Smith, his next-door neighbor.
As I opened the door, Jerry was there on the porch.
The judge has asked us to not show the faces of some witnesses.
Jerry said that he was watching TV, he was hit over the head, and when he came to, he found Lee bleeding and stabbed.
You tell your neighbor that you were struck on the head while watching TV. You tell the police that you collided with the intruder. Two separate stories.
I didn't tell two different stories. My response to him was, I hit my head, and when I got up, I found Lee bleeding all over.
It is only after he returns home that Jerry finally calls 911.
Yeah, my wife.
What's the address?
160.
But he gives them the wrong address.
You're going to have to help me because we have a conflict with your address.
Lead investigator Joe Ward believes Jerry's mistake was intentional.
I think that's just another part of his plan to delay the response to the house just to make sure that his wife was dead.
It took the police 10 minutes to find the house, and when they went inside, they discovered Jerry wet and bloody. A forensic scientist testifies to scenarios of how the crotch area of Jerry's jeans became stained with Lee's blood.
One potential would be if the rail of a bathtub in this crime scene had been saturated with blood and an individual sat on that rail. The other object that I know is long and narrow and bloody is the limbs, the arms and legs of Lee Jones.
I think at some point he is sitting on her to hold her down.
Sitting on her while he's stabbing her.
Yes.
Not true, says Jerry Jones.
I loved her. I did not murder my wife. I could not do it. There was no reason for me to do it.
In fact, Jerry says if he wanted Lee dead, he had his chance right here in their bedroom. It was during a rough period in their marriage. When the couple separated, Lee attempted suicide, overdosing on sleeping pills. Jerry found her and rushed her to the emergency room.
Their separation was the best thing that ever happened to them. They really realized how much they appreciated each other.
Look at those lovebirds. Oh, how sweet.
The couple soon reconciled.
In the last year before my mom died, they were very close.
Marriage was perfect, maybe for him.
But Lee's friends, Barbara Sleeper and Mary McNaughton, say right before she was murdered, Lee was looking for a way out.
Jerry and his daughters can say anything they want to. He can talk about how in love he was and that they, were reunited and everything else, but I knew that she wanted to get divorced.
Isn't it possible that Jerry Jones is innocent?
I don't see how it's possible.
But Jerry Jones insists he knows who really killed Lee.
Busby, if you would raise your right hand.
And he's about to put him on trial. You think you'll see Busby today?
Probably.
You looking forward to that?
Not looking forward to that, no.
All rise.
The state calls Daniel Busby.
We're not allowed to show his face.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
But for more than 16 years, Jerry Jones has insisted this man is his wife's real killer.
Danny Busby did it, Peter. There's no doubt in my mind about that.
Did you have a mouth on you back then?
Yeah.
You wise ass?
Yeah.
Prosecutor Ron Dersch says there is no evidence that Danny Busby, then a 15-year-old teenager, was involved.
On December 3rd of 1988, did you murder Lee Jones in her house in Bothell?
No.
There is no connection, basically, between Danny Busby and the crime scene that night. All the DNA evidence tends to exclude Danny Busby.
But Ron knows Danny's tough guy presence will vastly complicate his case.
Chewing gum there?
Yeah.
Can you swallow that?
No.
He's kind of a loose cannon, and I'm concerned about that.
At the time of Lee's murder, Danny was a friend of Beth Jones.
I knew he had a crush on me.
A neighborhood loudmouth.
He was always the one that would initiate something troublesome.
Who liked to tease Thomas.
Growling at him like a lion or tiger and just scaring him.
And antagonize Lee.
He appeared to us to be just an obnoxious teenage boy. We know that he has grown and developed into a very disturbed, vicious, uncaring, brutal person.
Now, for the first time in 3 trials, Jerry Jones is allowed to tell the jury about Danny Busby's troubled past. A history of violence that Jerry says began the night that Lee died. He'll directly confront Busby about his assaults against ex-girlfriends and threats to kill people. It's evidence that Jerry Jones hopes will convince the jury that Danny Busby is capable of murder.
Mr. Jones, do you have any questions of Mr. Busby?
I do.
I think we're going to be allowed to paint him as the monster that he is.
Would you describe yourself as prone to violence?
I have been in the past.
Was it common for you to become so angry that you would lose control and black out?
Slightly.
What's it like for you to look into Danny Busby's eyes?
I see a disturbed person, a violent person, a person almost without a soul.
And would you describe yourself as having an uncontrollable temper?
At times, yeah.
Jerry says it was that uncontrollable temper that exploded after Lee banned Danny from visiting and calling Beth.
But you continued calling Beth, did you not?
Probably.
You continued to come to the house asking for Beth, didn't you?
It's quite possible.
Jerry claims that an enraged Danny was looking for Beth the night of the murder, but found Lee instead.
And he viciously stabbed and slashed and attacked her over and over and over again that night.
The problem with your allegation is that there's no physical evidence that Busby was at your home. There's no witness that places him there.
I think there is. I think Thomas was awakened by a growling sound.
Do you recall ever growling at Thomas like a lion or a tiger to frighten him?
I don't recall.
Are you saying that never happened?
No.
Saying I don't recall.
Danny Busby growled at Thomas prior to going upstairs and murdering Lee, and he is the only person who ever growled at Thomas.
Ron Dersch believes if there were any growling sounds that night, they came from Jerry himself.
Is there growling going on? Is Jerry Jones grunting or growling while he's stabbing Lee? This is hard work. You take a look at those autopsy photos. This is hard work. This is not easy stuff to do.
Then there's Busby's long history of violence against his girlfriends.
Did you begin physically abusing Crystal?
Yeah.
Did you punch Vondra on the shoulder numerous times?
Yeah.
Did you throw Joey to the ground?
No, I pushed her.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Things get even worse for the prosecution as those former girlfriends take the stand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
We can't show their faces.
He was both verbally and physically mean.
He could be kind and fun 1 minute and then freak out.
He would just kind of snap and change personalities. He'd be so furious.
They're very sympathetic people. There's just no question that he has put them through hell.
He gave me a black eye.
He started kicking the crap out of me.
Pretty much attacked me and spit in my face.
But Ron Dersch says Jerry is using Danny Busby as a convenient scapegoat.
Remember that when we look at what Danny Busby has done as an adult, he has not attempted to murder anyone. On any occasion did he, in your opinion, seriously try to kill you?
No.
He has not physically stabbed or assaulted anyone in the way that we have in this case. Danny never threatened you with a knife or any kind of weapon, did he?
No.
And the challenge is going to be to draw that line between Danny Busby as a 15-year-old and Danny Busby as an adult.
Did he once tell your mother that she was dead?
Yes.
And has he also threatened to rape your mother?
Yes.
If the jurors decide that Danny Busby is volatile enough to have done this, then the case is lost.
All rise.
The defense may call the next witness. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All of them wanted to be there.
I do.
All of them wanted to testify. All of them wanted to tell their stories.
And all of them want to help free their father. To do that, Jerry is counting on their testimony to put then 15-year-old Danny Busby at the crime scene in December 1988.
Were you ever present when Danny Busby would growl at Thomas like a lion or a tiger?
Yes, he did that very frequently.
Did he ever growl at you?
I think so, yes.
What, asked Jones, did Thomas hear on the night his mother was murdered 16 years ago, when he was just 4 years old?
I remember it being more animal-like than that.
He said he woke up when he heard growling noises and that a lion or a tiger got Mom.
He was repeating a lion or tiger had gotten Mom.
While I'm watching them testify, I'm thinking, you know, this is amazing. These people are flawless. They are polished. They are rehearsed. And you think to yourself, damn it, wise up.
While Beth, Kim, and Thomas lovingly stand by their father, Jerry Jones knows that it is his testimony, and not his children's, that jurors really want to hear. So as his own attorney, he decides to take the stand and come face to face with Ron Dersch, a confrontation 16 years in the making.
Once I knew that the case was coming back, it was clear to me that there would be some sort of face-off.
I don't look at it as a match between Ron Dersch and myself.
The defense would call Jerry Jones, Your Honor.
I look at it as an opportunity to present the evidence to a jury of 12 people.
I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
and prove my innocence.
But before Ron faces Jerry...
Jerry, did you kill your wife?
I did not kill my wife.
A public defender assigned by the court to advise him asked Jones to explain his bizarre behavior after he discovered Lee had been stabbed.
Did you at any point that evening go and get wet.
Yes.
How did you do that?
I ran into the master bedroom and heard the water running in the shower. And I went to turn it off, and I felt a sting on my hand. And I looked and saw that it was bleeding, and I just ran back out.
That's not the story Jerry told at his first trial.
Mr. Dersh, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ron believes he's caught Jerry in a lie. He whips out the transcripts and reads Jerry's own words back to him.
I open the shower door, and instead of reaching in and turning the shower off, I step inside. Clothes and all, I let the water run from the top of my head down the front of my body. You recall testifying to that effect in 1989.
If that's what it says, that's obviously what I testified to.
I have no further questions.
After just a handful of questions, Dersh retreats.
I was amazed at how few questions Ron Dersh asked me. I believe he was fairly convinced that he had lost the trial.
I expected you to take off the gloves, that this was going to be a bare-knuckle confrontation with Jerry, and it seems like you played a little patty cake. Was that a strategy? Did you choke?
I couldn't get mad at him at that point. Just because I have a stick to hit him with doesn't mean I'm going to hit him with it.
But Ron uses that stick in his closing statement.
Exhibit 1 for the state is Jerry Jones, because he is still here. He is still alive. Danny Busby is as subtle as a brick through a plate glass window. Do you think, having listened to Danny Busby on the stand, having seen his behavior here, he could keep his mouth shut? Danny Busby is offered up as the boogeyman. And he was not. He did not kill Lee Jones. We know who did. And it's Jerry Jones.
For Jerry and his family, their long battle to win his freedom comes down to one final argument.
The prosecutor has failed to prove that I murdered my wife, Lee Jones, for one reason. I did not do it. As you know, I'm on trial here. You're going to go into that room soon and deliberate, and you're going to vote either guilty or not guilty. Jerry Jones's name is on that ballot. Danny Busby's name is not there. It's outrageous. It doesn't add up. I had no motive. I was not a violent person. I was not an explosive person. I'm the person you see standing before you today.
I think what the jury got to see was Jerry Jones acting in closing.
The crying?
Yeah.
Rehearsed?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Genuine?
No.
For the third time, Jerry Jones' fate is in the hands of a jury. In a scant 4.5 hours, the jury reaches a verdict.
All rise. Court is again in session.
After a grueling 3-week trial,
All parties are here. We have a verdict. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors reach a verdict in just 4.5 hours.
I'm thinking they came back too soon. They're going to walk it.
Mr. Jones, if you please stand for the reading of the verdict.
Oh, I'm expecting a not guilty verdict.
We all took it very seriously.
Just the weight of it, it was almost overcoming.
Jurors remember a tense courtroom as they filed in with their verdict.
I looked at Jerry Jones and I looked at Ron Dersh. I think both of those guys have had a very personal role in this thing for the last 16 years.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jerry Bartlett Jones, Jr., guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree as charged.
When you hear the word for the third time, guilty, what was that moment like for you?
You just shake your head in disbelief and what on earth are they thinking?
When I hear the word guilty, I'm thinking, this is over for now. This is over.
For prosecutor Ron Dersch, winning a third conviction is a tremendous relief.
Was justice served here today, Ron?
Absolutely. It was served in 2000. It was served in 1989. It's the right verdict.
All rise.
Yeah. 36 jurors from 3 trials have now heard the evidence in this case, and not one believes that you are innocent.
Yeah, that's very disappointing. I don't have an explanation for it.
You think you should have done anything differently?
I think I did everything humanly possible. I can't imagine anything more I could have done. Tell me what the evidence is that convinces you that I murdered my wife.
We went through everything and it just didn't fit. A lot of us looked through every single piece of evidence, including the clothes, the knife, every single picture, making sure there wasn't something that we were missing.
That's why we took 4.5 hours, or else we could have came out of that jury room in 45 minutes.
Jurors didn't buy Jerry's version of events.
He had a lot of inconsistencies with his stories.
Or his explanation for the cuts on his hand.
It looked like there was at least 2 contacts with the knife that we could tell, which didn't match up with him telling us that he had a run-in with an assailant and knocked that knife out of his hand.
They also didn't believe Jerry's story of only hearing a single scream, as his wife was being stabbed 63 times in the next room.
I've lived in a split-level house myself. I could be downstairs and hear stuff going on upstairs in the bathroom. I think there was a terrible struggle, and I think you would have heard that all over that house.
Can you tell me where she's stabbed? All over.
And after listening to the 911 tape several times,
On the whole 911 tape, he never cried.
No, never.
I thought that was odd.
And then he would put down the phone and run and go do this.
Sir? Sir?
And put down the phone and run and go do that.
Hello?
When you're on the phone with 911, you stay on the phone.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth?
And what about Danny Busby, the person Jerry Jones claims is the real killer?
There was no evidence that Danny Busby was in that house that night. There was no DNA evidence. There was no blood evidence.
Right.
There was nothing that put Danny Busby in that house except Jerry Jones wanting him to be in that house, and he wasn't.
Jurors found Danny Busby unlikable.
Busby is a really nasty human being.
But believable.
He was being very honest about the fact he had hit the woman, he had pushed their head into the steering wheel. He had admitted to everything, but when it came down to did you kill Lee Jones? No, I did not kill Lee Jones.
It was Jerry Jones they didn't believe.
Every move, every emotion he made seemed planned out.
I'm sure he's loving with his children and his grandchildren, but I think his wife was a whole nother matter.
He looks nice on the outside and he speaks with a soft tone, but he gives me the creeps.
He could not hide himself from the jury.
I did not murder my wife.
They saw through to him, to his essential core.
All rise.
5 days after being convicted,
State versus Jerry Bartlett Jones.
Jerry Jones is back in court for sentencing.
He is present, he is in custody.
And for the 3rd time,
We stand up for him because we believe in his innocence, absolutely.
his daughters ask for compassion.
Everyone talks about how much we love our dad, but they seem to forget how much we loved our mother.
You can send him to prison, but prison isn't going to make us suffer any more than we already have in these last 16 years.
But for Pam O'Keefe, Danny Busby's mother, Jerry Jones doesn't deserve any sympathy.
The evil started the night Jerry Jones murdered his wife, and the next day when he accused my son of doing it.
No one knows how years of being vilified affected Danny Busby's life. But his mother believes Jerry Jones needs to be punished for all the lives he's damaged.
I hope a day doesn't go by for the rest of your life that you don't think of your wife and how you took her life away from your children and then you accused a 15-year-old innocent boy. You have ruined so many lives.
When it's Jerry's turn, he seems remorseful.
Wish Danny Busby's name had not come to mind. I have no reason to bring his name into these proceedings.
Stop. damaging Danny Busby.
Jerry is chastised one last time
And let him heal and grow the best he can.
before Judge James Allendorfer sentences him.
I'm going to sentence you for the third time in your life to 25 years in the penitentiary.
Got anything in your pockets at all?
But just a few months later, back in prison, Jerry Jones is defiant once again.
Do you owe Danny Busby an apology?
No, I do not owe Danny Busby an apology, and none will be forthcoming.
I think it's entirely likely that at this point he's managed to convince himself that he did not commit this murder.
For Ron Dersch, the battle against Jerry Jones is finally over. He's moving on, but not to another case.
I, Ronald Dersch, swear that I will support, defend, and obey.
Instead of prosecuting, he'll be enforcing the law.
You sure you want to do this?
Yes, sir.
Welcome aboard.
As a deputy sheriff. But the case that has consumed his life for so many years will be much more difficult to leave behind.
I don't know that anything we can do in a courtroom can really put the dead to rest. Clearly, the family has been damaged, I think, beyond repair by what Jerry Jones did. So in terms of whether Lee Jones can rest, well, I hope she can rest. The rest of us, I don't think can.
Before we begin, just a trigger warning. The following episode contains references to graphic physical violence. Please listen with care.
Jerry, did you take a fillet knife and inflict 63 stab wounds on your wife, Lee, and kill her?
I did not.
And you swear on everything you believe to be holy that that's true?
Everything I can imagine to be holy, I would swear to that effect. Yes.
That is the sound of Jerry Jones being interviewed by 48 Hours correspondent Peter Van Sant about the 1988 murder of his 41-year-old wife, Lee. My name is Judy Rybak. I'm a longtime 48 Hours producer, and this is Killer Confrontation, a podcast about what we at 48 Hours have learned about the criminal mind after years of interviewing convicted killers. In this episode, Peter Van Sant will take us behind the scenes of two conversations he had with Jones, one of the killers who still haunts him to this day. We'll hear never-before-heard, revealing exchanges between a highly skilled interviewer and a man convicted of killing the mother of his 3 children. Peter, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate you taking the time.
It's great, Judy, to be working with you again. We've done this many times, so it's a pleasure.
So, Peter, about how many killers do you think you've interviewed for 48 Hours?
Kind of a strange question, isn't it? I mean, I don't get asked that very often, but, I did some digging, and because over the decades, actually, and it's over 20 killers. They've strangled, shot, stabbed, blown a husband up in a car bomb, cut throats, tortured, beaten, poisoned, dismembered, burned and buried their victims. They're all scary people. But the man we're going to talk about today, Jerry Jones, he's from my home state of Washington. In fact, this murder case was just about 8 miles from where I grew up. And he still has me looking both ways when I leave the office. When I leave the broadcast center where we are recording this, I always check to my left and right because it's the way he murdered his wife, Lee, that really haunts me to this day.
That is incredible, Peter. You told me that over dinner one night while we were on the road, and I was just blown away. And that's because Jerry Jones is a free man today. He was paroled from prison in 2008 after serving only 16 years of a 25-year sentence.
That's not unusual in my home state of Washington. The system there, they've always taken a European view of incarceration, and they see it as a time of rehabilitation, that people can change. And Jerry, after 16 years in prison, he got that second chance, and he's now living peaceably, as far as I know, in rural Washington state and western Washington.
As someone who believes in second chances, I have mixed feelings about that, but I really want people to understand the brutality of this crime.
The lead investigator who I interviewed, who'd been in many, many homicide situations, had never seen anything like this. Keep in mind, with a typical murder on a 48-hour show, somebody shoots someone, or if they're going to use something like a knife, they get a butcher knife, they go for the heart, they go for the jugular for a quick kill, right? It was just the opposite in the way that Lee Jones died. She wasn't stabbed as much as, this is difficult to listen to, as she was sliced. This was a fillet knife that had a curved end to it. It's a kind of knife that you might have to cut your steak, right? It was not a butcher knife. And she was cut at least 63 times. And the forensic expert said that there may have been 40 different attempts to cut her, and that this movement of the blade, if he was going left to right or right to left, would sometimes give her 2 or 3 wounds. So that at least 40 different thrusts at her with this knife, but they were not designed to kill her right away. She suffered minute after minute after minute. This woman bled out. That's how she died.
So when you first met Jones, he had been convicted. He had served 10 years. The conviction was overturned, and he had been out for 2 years. He was about to go to trial a second time. What was that like, interviewing a man who you knew had been convicted and was most likely lying to you?
Well, what was fascinating about Jerry's case is that it became a bit of a media sensation. When he got out, he has 2 daughters, beautiful, intelligent, articulate, and they'd been campaigning on television, not only in the state of Washington, but on a talk show called Lisa, where the 3 of them were on the show and saying, our father is innocent, we're convinced of it. And they were so convincing that I thought to myself, could they be right? Right? Could they be right? And keep in mind, as a journalist, you don't begin an interview with a suspected killer and say, Jerry, look, I know you did it. The evidence is irrefutable. You murdered your wife. You tried to manipulate people. You are a killer. You don't do that.
Right.
You want to get into their mind. You want to, this is a journey you're going to take with them. And so the initial parts of these interviews are always friendly. I want to hear their story, and I do, because I want to see, can he convince me? And so we met over and over again to talk about his relationship, how they met, their life together, their ups and downs, the evidence. And he was open to any question that I wanted to ask. And that's what a journalist dreams of.
How did you first meet Lee?
Peter, as I recall it, I was stationed in Vietnam at Ben Thuy Air Base, which was down in the Mekong Delta. And I had been there for several months, it seems, and I'm almost convinced it was on New Year's Day of 1970 that I encountered the most gorgeous creature I'd ever laid eyes on in my life. And for me, it was just love at first sight.
When you speak of Lee, I mean, your eyes really brighten. You have a smile on your face.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a Disney movie, but it's more like a Hitchcock film, right?
Like a Hallmark film. Yeah,
Right.
But again, for our audience listening to this, that gentle manner he has, now he sounds like a romantic. And he's in Vietnam. He was serving our country. And when you see a picture of them back in the day, she's beautiful. He's a very handsome man, an authoritative figure to her. and probably seemed like a match made in heaven for the two of them.
Jerry sounds like a lighthearted teenager in love when he talks about Lee. Do you think that was real or smoke and mirrors?
A communications professor of mine in college once told me, he said, Peter, words don't have meaning, people have meaning.
Just the thought of her still warms your heart.
Absolutely. She's still very much a part of my life. I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't think about her and think about her warmly and affectionately. And, I still wish that she was here to be a part of my life and me to be a part of hers and to enjoy our grandchildren and look at our children and how they've grown and developed into such fine young people. So it's been a big loss for us all.
You miss her?
Absolutely. I'd give anything if I could have her back right now.
My goodness. So he thinks about her warmly and affectionately. He didn't even say he missed her until you asked him.
He's speaking these words, but sitting across from him, he doesn't seem, in my opinion, to mean them. He has this soft presentation. I do miss her, Peter, but the emotion is not there.
So, just before her death, how would you describe their relationship?
From outside appearances, here is a very successful pharmaceutical salesman. Lee is the mother of 3 beautiful children, 2 girls and a boy. They live in a lovely suburban neighborhood. But according to 2 of Lee's friends, she was talking about divorcing Jerry. Look, after her death, investigators found legal separation papers in their bedroom, right? Friends say that the marriage was near a breaking point. Lee was miserable. She feared him. Lee's friends, she had a couple who testified in the course of these trials, said that he was an absolute control freak with her, that he dominated her in this relationship. Every day she had to lay out his socks he was going to wear that day on the bed in a certain way. If she didn't, he got very angry with her. These friends say, according to Lee, he was becoming physically abusive, that he had struck her a number of times. They would see her wearing sunglasses and ask her to take them off, and they'd see a black eye or bruising and ask about it. And he'd say, well, I didn't do what he wanted last night. So there's a belief that there was escalating violence toward Lee prior to this terrible, terrible murder.
And Jerry, there are people who are so skeptical of you, they don't think what you just said is genuine. Mm-hmm. What do you say to those people?
It's hard to answer somebody like that because they've come to that belief for reasons that I can't understand or explain myself. To the best of my knowledge, everyone who actually knows me, Jerry Jones, as a person, knows that I'm absolutely incapable of murdering anyone, and certainly not Lee.
This is what Jerry Jones says happened on the night of December 3rd, 1988. He and his wife Lee were home with their 4-year-old son Thomas watching television. Their oldest daughter Kim had moved out, and their middle child Beth was at a party. Jerry says Lee put Thomas to sleep in his basement bedroom and then went upstairs to a hallway bathroom to take a bath. Jerry says he then went across the hall to their primary bathroom to take a shower. He says the water was running when he heard Lee scream.
I heard this horrible scream, and I'd never heard anything like that before in my entire life. I was petrified just from the scream.
One loud, piercing scream.
One loud, piercing scream. That's what I heard, and I froze for a second or 2 or 3. And
the floor plan of the house, where your shower was running, mm-hmm. and where her bath was running, there's a common wall there.
Yes.
She was in the fight of her life.
Yes.
She's a strong woman. Just the volume of that battle, mm-hmm. the thumping around that was going on in there. Didn't you hear any of that?
Peter, I did not. No. Had I heard it, I certainly would have run to her aid sooner than that.
And you understand how, for some people, that's hard to believe.
Well, you know, I don't know if it's I'm going to say this. It might be possible to do a reenactment.
You and your producer, Anthony Batson, actually did do an experiment in that house. Tell us about that.
I was in one bathroom and Anthony Batson was in the other, right? We could talk to each other as I'm talking to you right now and hear every word. I took out like a dime and I dropped it on the bathtub. We could hear it as if we're both in the same room. It is impossible for this battle to have gone on. Impossible. And not hear it. I'm telling you, the amount of noise that you could hear through that common wall, it's almost like as we are speaking right now. And his story is just ridiculous.
But Jones kept insisting to you that he only heard one scream.
Just the one.
And then ran toward the bathroom, and on the way, he bumped into a man with a knife.
This is happening so quickly, so fast. You start perceiving that something is coming out. And as I'm moving closer to the doorway, you can see more and more. And it's a knife. That my vision, my focus, my attention was just riveted. It's a knife. And I'm continuing forward, and this person, it's just a figure, is moving. And we just more or less meet in the doorway and collide right there in the doorway to the bathroom. I'm not thinking that I need to deflect that knife. That never entered my mind. It's just the fact that it happened was just a reflex action. You see a knife, and my hand went in the direction of that knife and dislodged it from his hand. And in the process, I suffered some cuts.
Let's talk about those cuts on Jerry's hand. He says he was defending himself, but the prosecutor has a different story, right?
Absolutely. The prosecution and their forensic experts says the wounds that Jerry has are consistent with cuts while you're stabbing or cutting someone with a knife. You've gotten that knife bloody from your victim. And blood is a very slippery substance. And this is something that has occurred in a number of cases that I have covered where someone has used a knife, particularly in murders of rage where they stab multiple times, is that the hand will slide down the handle onto the blade. And so if you're holding it like, try to imagine now you're holding a knife handle with the blade below your fist, and it slides down. Where you get the cut is on the inside of the upper parts of your fingers. That's where his cuts were.
Right. So he gets cut. He bumps into this guy. This is what Jones says happened next.
In the process of the collision, I was forced back, and I just bumped my head against the wall and fell to the floor. I saw stars. I'm convinced that I did not lose consciousness, but I saw stars and I was dazed, and I think I was not down for more than a second or two. And when I got up, there was nobody in the hallway any longer.
He saw stars. Was there any evidence that he had been knocked out?
No, and if he saw stars, that was only because he stepped outside and looked up into the night sky. That, again, is another ridiculous story. There's no evidence of any concussion. There was no bump on his head, no bruise, nothing whatsoever to support this. This is someone who is making a story up.
I immediately went into the bathroom. And I encountered the most horrible situation I've ever seen in my life. I could see blood on her body. And she is struggling. She's trying to push with her feet back into the corner of the bathtub. She's throwing her hands about in front of her as if fighting off an attacker. The closer I got to her, I reached the side of the tub and I reached in almost immediately, and I said, "My God, Lee, what happened?" And in the process of doing that, I was reaching in to try to lift her to me, and my feet literally just flew out from under me.
Did she speak to you?
She was trying to speak. I'm convinced of that. Her jaw would fall open as if she was trying to speak, and then it would snap shut just repeatedly like that. I can recall this chattering sound of her teeth. It's the most, under the circumstances, it's just like it's a crescendo of noise, and yet it's just the chattering of teeth.
That chattering sound he makes with his teeth made me think of Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. Do you recall what you were thinking in that moment?
It takes a lot to shock me and freak me out. I was completely freaked out. It sent a chill down my spine, and it takes a lot to do that.
Jerry, help me out here, because this is where a lot of people, it doesn't make sense. You're a bright, articulate man. You've had military training. Why haven't you gone to that phone and dialed 911?
I don't have a good answer for you, Peter. Had I to do it over again, and had I been completely in control of my faculties, that certainly is what I would have done first and foremost.
Did you just lose it?
Yes. Yes. That's what happened. That's the truth. That's the way it happened. Had you come to my door that day, and had you said, "Jerry, there's going to be an emergency in the neighborhood tonight, and we need somebody who can do the right thing under pressure," I would have said, "Peter, I'm your man. I can do it." And when it happened in my own home, and when my wife needed me the most, I couldn't do it. I couldn't help her.
Watching this clip, I literally leaned into the monitor to see if there were any tears coming out of his eyes. There was not a single tear. He's crying. It's so dramatic. Not a single tear.
Completely manipulative, completely disingenuous, disgusting.
Jerry Jones says that instead of calling 911, he decided to take matters into his own hands and tried to wrestle his bloody wife out of the bathtub. Then things got even more complicated, he says, when their 4-year-old son Thomas woke up, climbed the stairs, and walked in on what must have been a terrifying scene.
And Thomas comes into the room. And, "Thomas, you've got to go back to bed. Your mom's hurt. I'm trying to help her. I've got to call 911. Please go back to bed." And he very dutifully turns and leaves.
What happens then?
Well, I resume my efforts to get Lee out of the tub. And again, every time I reach in and grasp her, she slips out of my hands. And after 2 or 3 additional attempts in this direction, I'm just so frustrated. I don't give up, but I hear Thomas calling for me downstairs. He's scared. He knows something has happened. He's apprehensive. I run down to him.
Jerry says he decided to put on his boots and take Thomas to a neighbor's house.
The thought that enters my mind and controls what I do next is I've got to get Thomas to a safe place.
At this point, is Lee still alive?
At this point, I think she is completely non-animated, probably alive, but her last breath is in her at this point in time. This is several minutes later, 3-5 minutes. And life is, when I first encountered her, she's still struggling. And this quickly, within 3 to 5 minutes, She's at the point where if she's breathing at all, it's very shallow, very sporadic. Not much life left.
That just takes my breath away every time I hear it. He is calmly sitting there telling you that with precious minutes ticking by, he has decided to leave his dying wife and take his son next door. Why didn't he just call the neighbor and ask him to come get Thomas and then call 911?
You know, the thought is that would have made covering up this murder much harder. If the neighbor had come over to get Thomas,
right,
he might have insisted on entering the house. He might have, and calling 911 from there. Maybe he would have spoken to Lee. Maybe she would have cried out if she realized another man was in the house.
Right.
And maybe he would have attempted to try to help save her. It would just mess up what he had set in motion and likely lead to his arrest.
Right. This next clip really stood out to me. You pushed him hard, and he just smiled, and once again calmly said some of the most shocking things I have ever heard.
You know, there are some who believe you took your son over to your neighbor so you could go back and finish off Lee.
Well, that has never been expressed in those exact words. I would say this, that while in the Air Force, I was never really trained to kill anybody. I have had some training in self-defense techniques, and there was a brief period when I went to a school in Florida prior to going to Vietnam where they taught us some rudimentary techniques for attacking another person.
Some basic training.
With a knife, some basic training. If I were going to kill Lee or you or anyone else, and I had an opportunity to pick my time and my place, I would just cut your throat. I know that there is a jugular vein there. I know approximately where it's located, and that would be very silent. There wouldn't be a scream. If you did get that jugular vein, the fight would be out of the individual within seconds. And
the allegation is this was a crime of passion, of hatred, and that if you did it, that these blows were done in such anger to punish, to inflict a cruel death.
Mm-hmm. But there was no anger, and there's none of that.
At best, your behavior at this point has been bizarre. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Yes.
And your explanation for this bizarre behavior is what?
I was in shock. I was scared. I'd never encountered anything like that before in my entire life. I wish I had done the right thing. I wish I'd done the things that would have been in Lee's best interest. I look back, had I called immediately, it could have made a difference. Others, though, medical experts who have examined the autopsy report have told me that it probably wouldn't have made a difference.
Those of us who've been through military-style first aid training, and I've done that twice now, pack, wrap, elevate. You pack these wounds quickly in that room with toilet paper, if there's Kleenex in there. You put them inside all the wounds. It stops the bleeding. You use your clothing, you use towels to wrap. If he was, and she had none of that on her, when the authorities arrived, she didn't have evidence that he was trying to stop the bleeding anywhere.
Oh, that's so interesting.
And that's the part of his story that just drives me crazy, is that there should have been evidence of him doing everything he could to stop this bleeding, and there was none. And the truth is that through their investigation, the authorities believe that he took at least 6 minutes from the time he discovered, put quotes around that, her body, before he called 911. 6 minutes passed.
I did not realize that. That is truly stunning. And speaking of stunning evidence, let's get to that 911 call.
911, what do you have? Hurry, my wife and I. Let me give you a dispatch, sir. Hurry, please, hurry. A dispatch? Yes, my wife. What's the address? 6015, 169th Place Southeast. Hurry, please.
Okay, what, 6015 169th Place?
Hey, say again?
No, you repeat it to me, sir.
6015 169th. Hurry.
He's given this operator in the course of this 2 different addresses. They can't find the house. I've never heard of this. You know, I've covered, Judy, you too, we've covered dozens and dozens of murder cases. How many 911 calls I've heard. I've never heard of somebody not knowing where they live and making this kind of mistake. That just feels like a manipulation.
The dispatchers were confused because they couldn't find Jerry in the phone book. The ambulance was having trouble finding his house, and he kept walking away from the phone. And in that time, the dispatchers realized that he had given them the wrong address.
All right, sir, you're going to have
down the road.
You're going to have to help me because we have a conflict with your address. Please give me your address again. What is your address?
Let me go look. All right, then.
He's going to go look.
This is the most uncooperative trauma victim I've ever had.
The most uncooperative trauma victim I've ever had. Jerry walked away from the phone a 4th time for about 20 seconds and then returned with a new address. Okay, Peter, all I can say is, what the fudge?
I don't buy it.
The prosecutor said he believed that Jerry was stalling to make sure that Lee was dead. Let's listen to you ask him about that.
The prosecution alleges that this was part of your diabolical plot, that you were letting Lee bleed to death. You didn't want the aid car to get there right away.
And if that were the case, I would have just waited and waited. And I might still be waiting. I may never have called 911, and I would have made up a story. Well, I didn't think about calling 911, or I don't know what I would have done. I'm not good at making up these stories, unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever the case might be.
You know, he's right about one thing. He is not good at making up stories.
He could have transported her body somewhere, but the fact that Thomas walked in on the scene screwed up, if that was his plan, screwed everything up. He then had to call 911 or eliminate his own son, and he'd made a decision, obviously, not to do that. And so this, to me, is a meticulous plan by someone who has this controlling personality that goes awry, and then he tried to compensate with delaying tactics and everything else. But Thomas walking in on that scene, I believe, just messed everything up.
So a little over 14 minutes have elapsed from the time Jerry dialed 911 to the moment help arrived. Lee was pronounced dead on the scene with no CPR even attempted, and Jerry was arrested that very night. In 1989, Jerry Jones faced a jury of his peers. They found him guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. In 1998, just over 10 years after Lee was murdered, a judge set aside Jerry's conviction, ruling that in the first trial, Jerry's lawyer should have been able to present evidence about a possible alternate suspect, a 15-year-old boy who lived in the neighborhood named Daniel Busby.
Who is Daniel Busby?
My knowledge of him on a first-hand basis is of a obnoxious teenage boy who lived in our neighborhood. I think I first heard his name mentioned probably in the spring of 1988 As the year progressed, I heard the name mentioned more and more frequently, usually in a negative connotation. Lee particularly didn't like him, and saying that of Lee is saying a lot, because I don't think I would have to really, really search my memory to give you the name of anyone else that Lee did not like.
So, a 15-year-old snuck into his house and sliced up his wife. What evidence is there of that?
There's no evidence whatsoever of that. There's no evidence of an intruder. There's no fingerprints in that bathroom. There is no DNA. There are no eyewitnesses. It's simply, he would have had to have levitated into that house and committed this murder. And think about this. A 15-year-old comes in to do this murder, but he would have been aware of Jerry in the other in the other, because of that common wall that you can hear anything, that Jerry was in the house in the other room, and he's committing this vicious, horrible physical battle. It's just simply ridiculous. And this poor kid, Busby, endured these accusations over the years. He gets reported over and over in the papers, just destroyed his life, no evidence whatsoever. And I find that story preposterous.
Yes, preposterous is a good word. Busby also had an alibi. His mother said he was at home with her that night. So what evidence was there to justify a second trial?
Well, there are letters, first off. It seems that Busby was obsessed with Jerry and Lee's youngest daughter, Beth. And it seems he may have also been obsessed with Lee. And he would be a bit of a pest around the house. He liked to drop by. And I know that Lee had expressed to a friend that he kind of creeped her out a bit, the way he would stare at her in sort of a longing way.
And then there's this crazy story about the fact that the 4-year-old Thomas, who was in bed downstairs from where the murder was, that he heard somebody growl, and that woke him up. And apparently the only person who ever growled at 4-year-old Thomas was this Busby character. So it's the letters, the obsession with Lee and Beth, and this one growl that Thomas heard. That's the evidence that he has. So, as we know, Jerry was found guilty a second time. His conviction was reinstated, and his sentence remained the same. So they didn't re-sentence him. And just when you thought this case was over, you get a call that a judge decided Jerry still hadn't gotten a fair trial, so he was getting a third. And he was once again released and wanted to talk to you.
And this third trial, what are you going to be able to bring in to this courtroom that you haven't been able to do in the past?
Well, we'll be allowed to bring in the fact that Danny Busby has a 16-year history of violence against women, both psychological and physical attacks on every woman he's ever had a relationship with. I think we're going to be allowed to paint him as the monster that he is. And I believe the evidence will convince the jury that he indeed is the person responsible for Lee's death.
Why is Danny Busby's conduct after Lee's murder relevant to the murder itself?
Because it's a pattern of behavior.
So Jerry, acting as his own attorney, actually called Daniel Busby to the witness stand and questioned him about all that same stuff that they went over in the second trial, the letters to Lee, the growl, whatever, but also about his record with women, what he did to women as an adult.
Well, Busby was not a cooperating witness. He was annoyed. This is the man who had ruined his life in many ways by getting his name into the public for a crime that authorities believed he did not commit or have anything to do with it.
The police and the prosecutor says there's no evidence against Danny Busby. The jury set aside Danny Busby in their deliberations immediately, saying there's no evidence he did the crime. If he didn't do it and you didn't do it, who had the motive, the reason to murder Lee?
Well, it's no third mysterious person. Either I did it or Danny Busby did it. Obviously, 36 jurors have come to the conclusion, for reasons I can't explain, that I did it. But I can look you or anyone else in the eye and tell you I did not murder my wife. And all I can ask you or these jurors, they saw the evidence in the courtroom, but I don't know, look at it in a little more depth. What on earth is required to prove reasonable doubt?
You know what's interesting? The judge even scolded him after he was convicted and sentenced for dragging Daniel Busby repeatedly through the mud for nearly 17 years. And the jury felt he owed Daniel Busby an apology.
Do you owe Danny Busby an apology?
No. Danny Busby cannot look me in the eye and ask me for an apology. He knows what he did. He knows who he is. He knows that he murdered Lee Jones. Following the second trial, he became emboldened, and he has told several people, I did it, and I'll do it again. He has told several people, you know they have the wrong guy in prison because I did it. He thinks, and I believe he knows in his mind, that he has gotten away with murder and that he can say whatever he wants to say, and he has told people that he murdered my wife.
Okay, so for the record, that is absolutely untrue. Daniel Busby testified under oath that he never told anyone that he killed Lee, and no one has ever testified that he did tell them he killed Lee.
When you listen to him, he has a gentle sound. When you look at him when you're talking to him, he has a gentle face. But behind that, to me, it's a mask. Behind that is a cold-hearted killer, and one who deserved this verdict of guilt. I think justice was served. It took 3 bites of the apple to have it happen, but he is a man who murdered his wife. I have no doubt of that.
No doubt. So I love that you asked Jerry at the end of the interview if he was going to try for a 4th trial, and his answer just made me laugh out loud.
I'm not interested in a 4th trial. I'll do the balance of the 3 years I have on my sentence. When I'm released, I will move to Southeast Asia. I will work with orphans. I will do what I can to keep young ladies out of the sex trade, and I will work with those who are disabled as a result of the Vietnam War.
Oh my God, I can't take it. I will work with orphans, keep ladies out of sex trade, save the whales, feed the hungry. Holy cow.
Yeah, and he lives off of a country road near Arlington, Washington today. In a small house. He never went to Southeast Asia. He never helped ladies out of the sex trade. He didn't do any of those things.
Well, Peter, this case is so fascinating from start to finish, and your interviews are just a masterclass in how to question a killer. I am so grateful that you took the time to join us on this podcast.
Well, this was your idea, this wonderful podcast, and I think it's fascinating to try to get into the minds of these killers. Just a very frightening place to be.
On the next episode of Killer Conversation, Erin Moriarty will join me to discuss Brian Stewart, also known as Rick Valentini, my first killer. He's a guy who changed his name illegally, lied about who he was, and murdered his 32-year-old girlfriend, Jamie Laity.
You're not really Brian Stewart at all, are you?
To me, I am.
But not legally, are you?
Well, legally, I'm not anything. That's the problem.
You're Rick Valentini.
48 Hours Killer Conversation is hosted and produced by me, Judy Rybak. Our story editor is Maura Walls. Alan Pang oversees recording, mixing, and sound design, fact-checking, and additional production support from Rebecca LaFlamme, and special thanks to 48 Hours executive producer Judy Tygard and Paramount Podcast Vice President Megan Marcus. Follow and listen to Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you liked this episode, please rate and review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Tune in next Tuesday for an all-new episode of Killer Conversation. Follow Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a wonderful, bubbly, confident, independent woman, and she's missing.
Jamie Lady disappeared. Doesn't make any sense. She's a college graduate from the University of Michigan, respected within her community. People of her background and stature don't just come up missing for 10 weeks and nobody hears from them.
How can one of my best friends have been missing for 10 weeks? How did it come to this, that she could be gone so long and nobody reported it?
I couldn't believe that it had been that long, that nobody had noticed. It was absolute craziness.
Well, Phoenix in the metropolitan area is the 6th largest city in the country. It's a big valley, and it's surrounded by desert on all 4 sides.
I believe Jamie Lady came to Arizona to establish her own identity.
Jamie was a very private person. She kept to herself. She wasn't close with her family.
She just kind of had a don't ask me about my parents kind of thing.
So the only person that saw her on a daily basis was her live-in boyfriend, Brian Stewart.
Jamie and I dated for nearly 3 years. She's always refused to talk about her past or her family. Every time that Jamie saw her parents, she was terrified.
It was a very different case than just about everything else that we work. There was no blood. There was no body. There was no evidence of a crime scene. There's no smoking gun in this case, but there is a lot of burning matchsticks.
Jamie's lost. We don't know where she is, and it's really sad.
She was a good person, and she didn't deserve this.
I believe Jamie was murdered because there's no clear explanation as to where she is now, what happened to her, and why.
Jamie Lady is alive. She took $100,000 of Daddy's money, and she left the state of Arizona.
He's a very convincing liar.
Bring it on. I know she's alive.
I'm Erin Moriarty. Tonight on 48 Hours, the stranger beside me. When Jamie Lady disappeared in March of 2010, none of her closest friends noticed for weeks. The truth is, Jamie had been fading from their lives for nearly 2 years.
After your friend stops making an effort, you kind of stop too. But I never thought Jamie would have been the one to stop making an effort.
It was completely out of character for the sweet California girl they all met as freshmen at the University of Michigan.
She was a good friend. We were a support network for each other.
Gwyneth Newman, Sheila Dubes, and Jennifer Langoot say they quickly formed a lasting bond with Jamie.
It's kind of like we had this rock. We had this family of friends that we were so connected with. And I remember leaving Michigan. It was just so reassuring that you were just a phone call away from feeling like you belong somewhere again.
They call themselves the 516 Girls, referring to the address of a house they shared in Ann Arbor their senior year, and where they were passionate supporters of Michigan's Big Ten football team.
Like, we were obsessed with U of M football.
No one was a greater booster than Jamie.
I think I always picture her in my mind on football Saturdays, charging out to the stadium.
Sheila says that she and Jamie had a special connection.
We were both from immigrant families.
And both were under heavy pressure to succeed.
I think our fathers were kind of the same. They put a lot of pressure on us to do really well in school, but I think she just wanted to make it on her own.
Vani and Jimmy Laady came to the U.S. from Thailand in search of a better life. They admit they pushed Jamie to go to medical school.
You think that because you were pushing her to go back to school, she might have pulled away a bit?
She said, she's a big girl.
After graduation, Jamie landed in Phoenix, Arizona. The Big Valley was booming, the perfect place to blend in and make her own way. She eventually found a high-paying job selling medical supplies. And while it consumed her time, she managed to maintain her now long-distance friendships.
We emailed each other a lot. Even though we all ended up in different locations, I think we still look to each other for support. The weddings were the big thing that kind of kept us together.
But far away in Arizona, Jamie was lonely, so she joined a local University of Michigan alum club, where she found friends who shared her deep love of Michigan football. Marlena Buffa was the group's president.
She was enthusiastic, but still she was reserved and quiet.
But when she caught the eye of a handsome young fellow Michigan fan, Jamie found romance.
She was hot. I mean, how else do you put it?
Brian Stewart says the attraction was immediate.
She had a really good smile and really got enthusiastic about the football games and would jump up and cheer and would sing with the fight song. They started dating in the fall of 2007. About a year later, Brian moved into the home that Jamie owned in the trendy Phoenix suburb of Chandler. She was the breadwinner, making well over $100,000 a year. Brian, a personal trainer, made much less.
Did she pay most of the bills?
Most of the big ones, yeah. But it's not like I was dependent upon her.
Did you love Jamie?
I still love Jamie. I just want Jamie to be happy. It's hard because I don't know if Jamie knows what it takes to make her happy.
In August 2009, Jamie suffered a crushing setback. When the economy took a big downturn, she lost the thing she valued most, her high-powered job.
Her career had been going so well for so long, and I think this was a pretty major blow to her.
She searched for months in Arizona, Florida, New Jersey, but Jamie couldn't find another job. When the real estate crash hit Chandler and her property value plunged, Brian says she became despondent and even more withdrawn.
It was like when it rains, it pours. For Jamie, it was pouring.
Brian says all of it took a toll on their relationship, so he rented an apartment in Scottsdale and planned to break things off. And on the night of March 17th, he said, he was going to tell Jamie he was moving out. Instead, he says, she surprised him.
She came in, asked me to take a week off from work, and she's like, we're gonna go to Denver, we're gonna get a house. I've got a job offer up there. It's time to go, I wanna get out of this state. Basically, I told her no. I'm not leaving Arizona, I'm not gonna marry you.
Brian admits Jamie was upset and that they argued. Still, he says that when they went to bed, things had settled down. At the crack of dawn the next morning, Brian left for work.
She was laying in bed, and I gave her a kiss, told her I loved her, and got in the truck and drove to work.
But later that morning, Brian emailed Marlena Buffa and told her a different story.
And said, Jamie dumped me, she moved to Colorado.
Did that surprise you at all?
No. I thought good for her.
Did he seem upset?
A little bit. He was more angry that she left him alone.
At any point, did it even cross your mind that something could have happened to Jamie?
No. I knew she had means. If she wants to pick up and leave, good for her.
That day, and for weeks to come, no one realized that Jamie had disappeared.
When is the last time you saw Jamie?
Physically saw her, 3:15 a.m., March 18th, 2010.
There she is.
Jamie Moriarty had always been fiercely private, but by the summer of 2009, she was practically reclusive, cutting herself off from nearly everyone except her live-in boyfriend, Brian Stewart.
We never had anybody over for dinner. We never had any parties. Nobody came over to watch television or to just hang out.
Why not?
So, one of the great mysteries. I don't know.
Even Jamie's parents say she was more distant than ever.
My husband said, well, you know, she's a busy girl. Don't bother her.
That's why it took nearly 3 months for anyone to notice that Jamie was missing.
I think people were just respecting her privacy and her space, and that was unfortunate.
Then on May 28th, Marlena got a call from Brian.
He said, you know, I'm starting to get worried about Jamie.
Marlena was also worried, so she and another member of the Michigan Alum Club called a private investigator, Burke Files. Files did a background check on Brian and found nothing suspicious, although one thing did stand out. About 10 years earlier, at 2 different addresses in Michigan, Brian had lived with a man named Rick Wayne Valentini.
It could be a roommate. It could be a close friend. It could be a relative.
And then Burke Files went on to trace Jamie's credit to see where she was now living and working. He came up empty.
And nothing. There was no activity at all. Nothing.
Jamie had disappeared into thin air. So Files sounded the alarm. Marlena urged Brian to call Jamie's parents, who then called the police.
I immediately thought something was wrong. People of her background and stature don't just come up missing for 10 weeks and nobody hears from them.
That afternoon, Chandler police got a warrant to search Jamie's home and started calling Brian, but he seemed to be ignoring them.
To me, that was alarming. It just showed a lack of concern.
Later that same night, when detectives were searching for Jamie's missing Ford Escape, they found it in Scottsdale, with Brian behind the wheel.
The detective said, well, I'm here in regards to your girlfriend. And the first thing he did was say, my ex-girlfriend.
The detective felt that Brian was being evasive and seemed nervous. When Brian asked to use the bathroom in his own apartment, the answer was no.
We didn't want to risk losing any evidence if there was some in there. As luck would have it, he had a warrant for his arrest for driving on a suspended license for a traffic offense. Yeah.
So the detective used that warrant to take Brian into custody.
Brian? Yes. Hey, I'm Nate Moffitt. How are you, man? It's B-R-Y-A-N, right? Yes. Last name is? Stewart.
Detective Moffitt interrogated Brian.
How long have you and Jamie been dating?
Give or take 3 years.
Okay. When did you guys move in together?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. Were you cheating on Jamie at all before?
No.
While Detective Spielman searched Jamie's home for clues.
Walk me through what happened around March.
It was simple, really. She hated everything about the state. She wanted out. Now, she'd been up there for interviews. I suspected that she would get the Denver offer.
So, you know, he's saying she went to Colorado, yet all of her suitcases are there and her passport's there. All these things that she would need to travel are there at the house.
But Jamie's wallet and driver's license were missing.
I was concerned, but The possibility did exist that, she just left and she doesn't want to be found.
But at Chandler PD, Moffat smelled a rat and started pressing Brian.
Did you hurt Jamie? Okay. Did you have anything to do with her disappearance? You have nothing to hide. No,
But things just didn't add up for Moffat. There were just too many inconsistencies. Brian gave a birth date to the arresting officer, which didn't match the date on his Arizona ID.
I have no freaking clue who's sitting in front of me. And it's extremely uneasy for me as I'm investigating a case of this magnitude.
Moffat had no idea how right he was until the next day, when Brian was in a jail cell and detectives were searching his apartment.
Well, we were searching his new residence. We located a manila envelope with a Michigan driver's license in the name of Rick Wayne Valentini. And that picture was Brian Stewart.
You're not really Brian Stewart at all, are you? On the night of May 29, 2010, as he interrogated Brian Stewart about his missing girlfriend, Jamie Leody, Detective Moffat knew that Brian wasn't telling the truth.
I mean, you're talking a woman who's been gone for 2 months now. And I have a person in front of me that has different social security numbers, a couple of different dates of birth.
You're not really Brian Stewart at all, are you?
To me, I am.
But not legally, are you?
Well, legally, I'm not anything.
Actually, legally, Brian is Rick Wayne Valentini. Remember the roommate that private investigator Burke Files noticed in Brian Stewart's credit history? Well, there was no roommate, just this guy, Rick Valentini, who was preparing to change his identity.
In our modern world with the databases, you just can't turn on a new name, a new taxpayer ID number, a social security number. You have to age it, you have to season it.
In October 2001, when the name Brian Stewart had enough of a credit history, Rick Valentini disappeared from Michigan. Days later, a man named Brian became a resident of Phoenix.
Driving from Michigan to Arizona, that's all I did. Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart. I was always saying, listening for Brian Stewart, because it's a new name.
A new name and a new man, according to Rick. The kind of man he always wanted to be. And he insists that whether legal or not, he is now Brian Stewart, and would only agree to an interview if we would use that name.
And if you don't want to accept that, I don't want you around, I don't want you in my life.
Why not change your name legally? Why go to the trouble of forging a birth certificate?
Well, it was my understanding that to change your name legally would take years.
Brian claims he wasn't running from the law, just leaving behind what he describes as a tragic childhood.
Everybody takes their name for granted. Your name is the very core essence of who you are, of what you are. And you find out that it's all a lie. And then you find out that your own father doesn't even know you exist because your own mother didn't bother to tell him.
His mother was 18 when he was born. His real father reportedly walked away.
He just wasn't loved, just didn't have love. That's why he loved us, because we loved him.
His Aunt Donna says she believes he was physically and emotionally abused.
I think the other children were too, but not like him. He always knew there was something different about him, and he didn't know what.
Do you think that he created this different name, different persona because he just didn't want to be who he was?
Exactly.
But when detectives started looking into Rick Valentini's background, this is what else they found: 3 ex-wives and 2 daughters.
Hello?
Hi, is this Cynthia?
This is.
Hi, Cynthia. Detective Dave Selvage from Chandler Police Department.
One of his exes told Chandler police she thinks Rick is just a deadbeat dad on the run.
He owed, from what I understand, quite a bit of back child support from Wendy, his first wife.
His oldest daughter, Amy, was a baby when he left.
He never called, never talked to me, never contacted me.
When your mom finally told you about your dad, what did she say about him? What kind of guy he was?
A really bad guy, a liar. She told me that he always lied all the time. He lied about lots of things.
In Phoenix, his whole life was a lie. He told everyone, including Jamie, that his parents were killed by a drunk driver. He pretended to be 8 years younger than he is and boasted a hero's military record that was complete fiction.
When you talked to Detective Moffat, when he sat you down, he asked you about your military record. And you said you'd been to Iraq and Afghanistan. You hadn't, had you?
Mm-mm.
No, you lied.
You lied.
Yeah.
Rick Valentini, AKA Brian Stewart, was an enlisted man, but he was dishonorably discharged after going AWOL and stabbing 2 military officers in the hand and leg. He served 2 years in a military prison. He never mentioned that to anyone either.
Freeze it! You tell a lot of stories, though, don't you?
I have a lot of stories to tell.
But you tell a lot of lies.
Lies mixed in with the truth.
Like the lie that ultimately made Jamie Leody trust Brian with her life.
You never actually went to the University of Michigan, did you?
No. Mm-mm.
But you let people think you did.
Sure.
Why?
It was just a tie-in to my home state, and it was just part of the pride that I had. I've been a Michigan fan since I was a little boy.
He was right in there, and boy, he was a Michigan man.
And it wasn't just that fanaticism that conned the alumni group in Phoenix for 4 years. Brian also had a fake diploma.
He's fooled all of us. We're talking hundreds of people here and 20 or so board members, many of them attorneys and judges.
News of Jamie's boyfriend's double life went viral and made her disappearance even more alarming.
This doesn't happen to your friends.
No.
This does not happen to people you went to college with that you call your sister. This doesn't happen to your family. You don't have friends who meet people who have double identities.
Did you begin to think that maybe Jamie was dead?
Yes.
And did you think he might have killed her?
Mm-hmm.
Did you kill Jamie?
No. I've never killed anybody in my life. Not ever.
Did you two fight that night? Were
No.
you angry with her?
No. She told me that she was going to be leaving the next day.
And where was she going?
It was my impression, Denver.
But detectives who had already discovered several suitcases in Jamie's home couldn't find any evidence of Jamie ever leaving for or arriving in Denver. Brian says that's because Jamie didn't want to be found.
I taught Jamie how to create a whole new life for herself. That included a new identification, a whole new persona, a whole new way of looking at things.
Are you saying that you helped Jamie change her identity?
Yeah, I showed her how to do it. The only thing that she ever lived for was to be free of her family. She wanted to be on her own.
He's too smart. Why would he have stayed there for 10 weeks? If he killed her, why wouldn't he have just left? He'd done it before, why wouldn't he do it again?
Isn't it possible that Jamie's doing the same thing that Brian did, just vanished the same way, and no one's been able to track her down?
Are you asking me today if I believe that's possible? Absolutely not. I wholeheartedly believe Brian Stewart, Rick Valentini, whoever you want to call him, murdered Jamie Leody on the night of March 17th.
But a year and a half after Jamie disappeared, there is still no body, no blood, no sign of a struggle, no physical evidence of a murder.
We just didn't have what you would consider a traditional crime scene. So we went with more of a virtual crime scene.
They started investigating the digital record of Jamie's life. And this little white envelope contained several pieces of the puzzle. Prosecutor Juan Martinez says it was enough to convince him that Brian Stewart should be charged with murder.
This is a really telling piece of evidence. Oh my gosh. In this many pieces.
In June 2010, Brian Stewart was charged with fraud for forging a new birth certificate and changing his name illegally.
If you think using the name Brian Stewart is fraudulent, hey, we're going to fight it out in court.
But while detectives suspected he was responsible for the disappearance and death of his girlfriend, Jamie Leody, they couldn't charge him with her murder.
What do the two of you think happened that night?
I think they had a fight.
But wouldn't there be some sign of that in her home?
Not necessarily. I mean, strangulation or suffocation or anything like that, there's going to be virtually no blood.
With no physical evidence, they would have to build a strong circumstantial case to prove that Jamie was dead and Brian was the one who killed her.
We literally dissected all of Jamie's financial affairs, all of her accounts, all of the transactions, his email, her email.
What they saw was a very responsible woman.
I mean, she was a person that stayed up on her emails, she returned phone calls, she paid all of her bills on time until March 17th, and then she didn't do any of those things.
For the next 3 months, detectives realized that the only person who appeared to be using Jamie's credit cards was Brian Stewart.
The only transactions on one of Jamie's accounts were internet purchases and dating websites.
He used her cards to meet other women?
That's right. Basically, he said the same thing. He was a graduate of the University of Michigan, never been married, didn't know if he wanted kids or not.
That's nervy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty nervy.
And pretty insensitive too, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, a little, because, well, let me explain.
You used her credit cards to go on dating sites to meet other women.
Well, you know what? Look, Jamie was leaving.
But nothing alarmed Prosecutor Martinez more than what detectives found when they searched Brian's apartment in Scottsdale.
Her wallet was lying on his desk. There was a number of her credit cards there on the desk. And then on the back filing cabinet was her personal telephone that he said she had with her.
So was this small white envelope. And when police got a warrant to open it, they found pieces of cut-up ID and credit cards. When they put them together, they had Jamie Leody's driver's license, her Michigan University alum card, and several credit cards.
Why did you cut up her driver's license?
I didn't cut them up.
Brian claims it was Jamie who cut up the cards after she changed her identity and ran away. But when Chandler police tested the envelope to see who sealed it, the DNA belonged to Brian.
Even when you had that envelope, it still took a year before you brought murder charges against him.
We were tying up all the loose ends. When you don't have a body, you have to be very careful because you only get one chance.
That chance came when an inmate at the jail where Brian was being held agreed to testify that Brian had confessed to killing Jamie.
He went to this particular individual and said, "Do you think that they can charge me if they can't find the body?"
On March 24, 2011, a grand jury indicted Brian on charges of second-degree murder of his girlfriend, Jamie Leody. He was also charged with fraud for using Jamie's credit cards without her permission.
Who is technically, legally on trial here?
An individual by the name of Rick Valentini, also known as Brian Stewart.
But isn't this a little odd? Because even through the trial, you're calling him Brian Stewart.
That's the name that he preferred. I'll use whatever name he wants to convict him.
In October of 2011, Rick Wayne Valentini, aka Brian Stewart, went on trial.
State's first witness.
The first witness to testify for the state was Andrea Aardsma.
What does your husband do for a living?
He is a professional baseball player.
Back in 2010, she and her husband David, then ace pitcher for the Seattle Mariners, were in Scottsdale during the off-season. Andrea worked out at Gold's Gym 5 days a week, and her personal trainer was Brian.
And did he tell you whether or not he had a girlfriend?
Yes, he had a girlfriend.
And did he tell you her name?
Jamie.
Andrea testified that for months before Jamie disappeared, Brian had complained about his souring relationship and what he really thought of his girlfriend.
Whiny, naggy, bitch, sugar mama, nothing positive at all.
I don't know if he just thought I was a good listener or if he really did think that I was stupid and that he could tell me all these things and nothing would come of it.
In one of the trial's most disturbing moments, Andrea stood up and reenacted Brian sharing his nickname for Jamie.
Jamie the gut, Jamie the gut. And I'm like, man, like if you hate her so much, just break up with her.
The jury also heard from Jamie's parents.
Have you received any emails from her?
No.
Has she shown up at your house?
No.
Have you been hiding her just so that Mr. Stewart won't find her?
No.
But some of the most significant testimony revealed that Jamie had found a new job. And not in Denver, but right here in Phoenix.
She's very excited about her new job, and we're looking forward to working together on March 18th.
David Beauchamp, a lawyer and friend, testified that he helped Jamie negotiate the contract for that job. What's more, he saw Jamie 2 days before she disappeared and testified that he saw bruises.
She was exhibiting many of the characteristics of a battered woman, and she absolutely broke down.
On day 7 of the state's case,
Thank you. Please be seated.
the jailhouse snitch took the stand.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
At his request, the judge ordered us not to reveal his identity. He also got a deal for testifying. A 2-year sentence for fraud was reduced to 1.
He was very agitated, talking about how the police know that I killed her, that he needed to get it off his chest.
By the time the state rested, Prosecutor Martinez and Detective Nate Moffat were sure they would get a conviction on the fraudulent schemes charge. But had they convinced the jury that Brian had committed murder?
I think a lot of people would have a hard time convicting with no body. We really had to be careful and listen to both sides.
Knowing his life was on the line, Brian was about to do something that would shock the entire courtroom. Were you expecting the defendant to take the stand?
I wasn't.
Absolutely not.
But I was glad that he did.
Pieces of a driver's license and credit cards. A closet filled with shoes and purses. The evidence at trial is a daily reminder of what Jamie Laïty's parents have lost.
So hard every time they mention her name. It's hurt me so much that I'm thinking that I'm not going to see her anymore then.
And as the defense begins, Jamie's mother has one wish.
The whole time I've been praying that I hope he take the stand.
Why?
Because then they can see through him.
Her prayer is granted, despite his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and very much against his lawyer and most any lawyer's advice.
Stand up, raise your right hand.
Brian Stewart boldly and defiantly takes the stand.
I do.
I am the only human being who knows what happened. I'm the only human being who knows why things happened, when they happened,
What was your relationship like?
It was, I would say, 95% great.
Did you argue?
No, not really.
He appears confident and relaxed, but after all, it is his lawyer asking the questions.
Did you kill Jamie to use her credit cards?
Absolutely not.
Did you have general permission to use her credit cards?
Yes.
Brian insists he didn't need to steal from Jamie.
Why do you feel that you had permission to use the cards?
Even from our first date, it was literally an instruction to use them.
And then he drops a bombshell, claiming that long after Jamie disappeared, she was still in Phoenix and would visit the house they shared and his new condo when Brian wasn't around.
Because I would get back to my condo and things would be moved around or things would be left behind.
Okay. Now, how did she get into your apartment?
She had a key.
But that's not all. He also claims he continued to communicate with Jamie long after that morning in March 2010 when she vanished.
How did she communicate with you?
Email and telephone.
Okay.
You have told people that if you had a computer, you could find her. I've got a computer here. You want to try? Got my iPad here. How would you find her?
I would have to look on mine.
I mean, if I got this whole thing set up, could you? I mean, if you could
No, because
find her...
I need to get into my computer because there's a special email site that we were working through.
You must know, Brian, that sounds a little crazy that you would have given this information to your attorneys and they wouldn't go looking for the one person who could save you from going to prison for life.
I told them that, and I never heard anything.
Did you murder Jamie Lady?
No. Jamie Lady is alive.
She would just let you go on trial for murder, go to prison for the rest of your life.
I don't know. I don't think either one of us ever expected it to get this far.
Would you be at all surprised if I told you that she was about to walk through that door?
No.
But prosecutor Juan Martinez wasn't buying any of it.
You didn't actually talk to her in that condo, did you?
No.
You have not seen her at any time, and she hasn't walked in now, right?
Right.
And she won't walk in because you killed her, right?
Wrong.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
One day before Thanksgiving 2011, more than a year and a half after Jamie Lady disappeared, the prosecution and defense rested after presenting two very different stories. It was now up to the jury to decide, and foreman Leon Lead was worried.
As we were moving to deliberation, I wondered how difficult of a decision this is going to be for the 12 of us, knowing that there's no body.
But just 4 hours later, the jury returned with a verdict.
Did any of you look at him when you walked in?
No, I did not.
No.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Brian Stewart was reassured by deputy sheriffs guarding him.
Oh, yeah. They're like, yeah, you're good. Anytime a jury comes back that quick. And I was like, okay, well, wow, all right, that's pretty good.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths as to count 1, second-degree murder, do find the defendant guilty.
Guilty. Jamie's parents were overcome.
Are these your true verdicts? So say you want to...
Guilty, that's all I heard, and I lost it. I was so happy.
Impaneled and sworn
And then there was more.
as to count 2, fraudulent schemes and artifices, do find the defendant guilty. Signed foreperson.
Brian Stewart couldn't believe his ears.
I just sat there. Like, to me, my life was over with. I just couldn't understand. You know? I mean, if I would have killed her, I would have admitted to it.
Do you think Brian Stewart / Rick Valentini is a dangerous man?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
No question in your mind?
None.
None at all. The first 10 minutes of his testimony, any doubt I had that he was solely responsible for the murder of Jamie had been sealed at that moment in time.
You've told so many stories, it's hard to believe you.
Let's look at the Army, okay?
No, let's look at what happened to Jamie. That's what really matters.
Jamie took $100,000 and she left the state of Arizona. I've said it for 18 months, I say it now, and I'm gonna say it for the next 18 years.
But investigators say there was no money, and his story is just another lie. And for her friends and family,
I just feel so bad that we weren't there.
the one remaining question may never be answered.
Is it hard because you don't really know where she is? You've never been able to bury her?
That's right. That's right. I still have what they call the receiving blankets of Jamie from the hospital. And I carried it with me all the time. Mm-hmm. And I intend to use that blanket to carry her home if we find her.
Did you kill Jamie?
No.
Did you two fight that night? Were
No.
you angry with her?
No, I've never killed anybody in my life. Not ever.
Meet Brian Stewart, also known as Rick Valentini. He was my first killer. What do I mean by that? Well, my name is Judy Rybak, and I'm a longtime 48 Hours producer. Back in 2011, my very first assignment for 48 Hours was to convince the man with two names to do an interview with Erin Moriarty. He agreed under one condition, that we only call him Brian.
You're not really Brian Stewart at all, are you?
To me, I am.
But not legally, are you?
Well, legally, I'm not anything. That's the problem.
You're Rick Valentini.
His legal name was Rick, but we all agreed to call him Brian because he had just been convicted of the second-degree murder of his 32-year-old girlfriend, Jamie Laity, and we wanted to hear his story, even though we knew it was mostly fiction. Actually, he had run away from a life in Michigan. He changed his name illegally, tricked Jamie into believing him, and killed her. Our front row seat to this con man's relationship with the truth taught us so much about how the criminal mind works, things you don't learn in books. I'm excited to be producing and hosting 48 Hours Killer Conversation, and even more excited that Erin Moriarty is here to talk about her masterclass of an interview with my first killer, but definitely not hers, Brian Stewart. Welcome, Erin. Thank you so much for being here today. I so appreciate it. You are the hardest working woman in television, and I know you're taking this time out to be with us is a real gift.
But it's great, Judy, that you're doing Killer Conversation.
So tell me how you prepare for these interviews, because I know you want to get at the truth, but that's not easy, right?
No, because realize that the defendant in this case probably knows the case better than anybody, if they were there or not there, but they know the facts of the case. So you have to go in so prepared. So I think my goal, I think your goal too, when you talk to someone, is to talk with them after
really at the end of the process, after we've read every court document, spoken to everybody involved with the case. That's ideal, because otherwise, you don't know whether that person's telling you the truth or not.
Right. And we really do our homework going into these things.
You have to.
Yeah. So you asked Brian, Rick, whatever his name is, why he agreed to sit down with you, and this is what he had to say.
Why are you talking to us today?
I guess to put out the truth, I mean, it really sounds, I don't know how it sounds, but frankly speaking, from 2007 until now, I am the only human being who knows what happened. I'm the only human being who knows why things happened, when they happened.
Well, he's telling the truth on one thing. He's the only living person who knows what happened, because sadly at the time we were doing this interview, Jamie was still missing. And so there was no one to contradict what he said.
Right. He had a blank canvas to tell his story, right? So let's talk about the backstory of this case. In 2010, Jamie was 32 years old. She went missing from her home in Chandler, Arizona. Police couldn't find her or her body. Some people thought she might have picked up and just disappeared, taken off. But once police got involved, almost everyone believed that she was dead, right?
Right. And one of the sad parts of this story is Jamie was a very private person. She didn't share a lot, even with her close friends. So when she first disappeared, nobody really thought that much about it. But then after a few weeks, then they started getting worried. And once it was clear that she was missing, the most obvious person of interest was, of course, Brian. When the police caught up with him, he was driving her car, he had her IDs, and at trial, the 42-year-old got 54 years behind bars for murder and for fraud.
Right. It's really remarkable. So you do work on a lot of wrongful convictions. How do you know when someone is lying to you?
Well, some people are obvious. They really are. I just interviewed an individual last year who, when he talked to me, he contradicted the evidence. I mean, and he knew it. He didn't even seem to be bothered. But there are other people. Remember, these individuals who are accused of a crime know the case better than anyone. Know the details better than anyone, and sometimes can twist it and make you believe.
Right. Although in this case, it was pretty obvious.
Yes, it was. But also because he contradicted the evidence as well. So
Right. The circumstantial evidence was really strong.
You yourself, I wasn't the only one. I talked to him after you had talked to him. You spent hours on the phone with him and in person. Did you at first think he was telling the truth, or was there a time when you realized this guy's lying?
So I went into this having already read, everything that was available to me. And I had spoken to the cops and the prosecutor. So I kind of knew what the story was. But I sent him a letter, and because that's what we have to do. We have to send them a letter, set up an account for them to call us. And he slowly started calling me. And, at first it was very, surface conversation. And then we started digging into his case a little bit more. And I spent so many hours. I think he called me every day for a while because he was bored, right? He was bored and he was testing me. And then I went to Phoenix to sit through his entire trial, and I would visit him once a week. Arpaio, Sheriff Arpaio would let me visit him once a week. And I remember the first time I went to visit him, they left me in a room with him. I mean, he was shackled and there was someone in the room with us, but I was in there for 4 hours with him. And he just told his whole story. And I remember thinking, I have to go back to the hotel and make notes so I don't forget anything. But then every week I heard the same thing over and over and over again. So at some point, without actually rolling my eyes back in my head, my eyes were rolling back in my head.
kind of sad that someone that smart and who
Yes.
could have had a decent life would run cons the way he did. He was
Yeah.
a very, very troubled person.
Yeah. So let's talk about, who he was before this.
Well, we know now that this was actually a surprising detail, that he had 3 ex-wives, I believe, because he seemed pretty young to me, in his 40s. Turned out he was a little older than what he said he was, but 3 ex-wives, and what one of his ex-wives said was that he was just running away from paying the debt he had for child support.
Yeah.
But what I think is, he was really running not just from the fact he owed money, but from his life, because I interviewed one of his daughters. And it was a very sad conversation. She never heard from him. He had no interest in her life. So he was running away from everything in Michigan, debt and the people that had been in his life in Michigan.
Right. He wanted to start over. So it wasn't easy for Rick to change his name to Brian illegally. He literally had to make a whole new person. But he makes it sound like it was no big deal.
How long does it take to change your identity? Takes a while, doesn't it?
Year and a half, yeah. So, it depends.
But why not? Why not change your name legally? Just do it legally. Why go to the trouble of forging a birth certificate?
Well, it was my understanding that to change your name legally would take years.
That's actually not true. It's not easy, but it doesn't take years. In Michigan and Arizona, it would have only taken 4 to 6 months. So what he did was much harder.
So he changed his identity post 9/11, when authorities were really trying to clamp down on fake IDs, and they were really worried about airport security. He used somebody else's Social Security number, forged a new birth certificate, made himself 8 years younger. I wish I could do the same thing.
Why not, right?
Yes. He took in a roommate. I hope people can see I'm using quotation marks, those air quotation marks, Brian Stewart. And about a year later, Brian Stewart, who shared the same address as Rick, had a credit score, a birth certificate, and other ID and credit cards. And so it wasn't too tough for Rick Valentini to slip into the persona of Brian.
Right. So in October 2001, Rick Valentini disappeared from Michigan and headed to Arizona.
When I left Michigan, driving from Michigan to Arizona, that's all I did. Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart, Brian Stewart. I was always saying, listening for Brian Stewart, because it's a new name. The whole point of coming to Arizona was not to be a burden. I wanted to be my own person. I wanted to be free. I wanted to, at some point, to go back to my family on my terms, to say, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. It doesn't matter the mistakes that were made or all this. Look, I'm successful and I've done it and I'm happy. And I've found love and joy in my life, and I actually help people, and and I love doing what I do.
So the scary thing is that anyone who did a background check on Brian Stewart found nothing. He was clean, right? So he actually got a job.
Yeah, he was a personal trainer at Gold's Gym in Scottsdale, and I guess that's what he meant when he says that he was helping people and that he loved it, and he was doing well.
Right. And again, the sad thing is, okay, so you're starting over again, and he still couldn't get it right? He still messed it up. And then he got really cocky, and he decided to pretend to be a graduate of the University of Michigan.
Yeah, but that fits in. Remember when he said that he could be really successful? going to the University of Michigan. Now, remember, I went to Ohio State, so this is very hard for me to say. But that going to the University of Michigan shows that you are a smart person. It's hard to get in there. It's a great school. So having that, pretending to be a graduate of University of Michigan, burnished his image, made him look like this smart, accomplished guy. And he was from Michigan. And growing up, he loved University of Michigan. And so it wasn't hard to pull that off.
Right, because he's mixing truth and lies together, right?
Well, that's what all good liars do. There's always something. We find that all the time.
What do you think Jamie saw in Brian Stewart?
Well, if we're going to be impartial, I think there's a quirkiness, a kind of a charming personality in a quirky way with Brian. I think that she was lonely. She didn't have family or friends in Arizona, and so he provided companionship. And he, he's kind of fun to be with. She had a tough relationship with her parents. They wanted her to be a doctor, and she didn't live up to that. So I think she felt she disappointed them. So she wasn't as close with her parents. So here she is on her own. And, you've got this guy who went to University of Michigan. That's what he says. So she thinks she has something in common. And, they're cheering together during all the games. It makes me sad to even think about it.
So sad. Yeah, we called this hour The Stranger Beside Me, and it really was. He was the stranger beside her. So by the time Jamie disappeared, she and Brian were so isolated from just about everyone that it took months for anyone to even notice that she was gone. Brian and Jamie dated for a little over 2 years, and Brian says that sometime in the summer of 2008, Jamie let him move into her house.
In an email, Jamie described you as her trophy boyfriend, and she was the one who was spending all the money. Did that bother you?
No, because I never knew that she said that.
Did she pay most of the bills?
Most of the big ones, yeah.
She bought 2 cars.
Right.
And the other car you drove.
Right. She bought a truck, an SUV.
So she made a lot more money than you did.
Sure. So.
Was that hard? You were pretty dependent on her financially. Was that tough?
No, I didn't really feel that way. I just felt like it was definitely easier to live with her. And it was easier that way because we still looked upon our future as being together. We were going to get married.
Do you think they were going to get married?
No. When he said it was easier living with her, that's what he meant.
Right.
He was having all his bills paid and he could do whatever he wanted.
So in August 2009, Jamie lost her job. The real estate market crashed. The financial crisis hit her hard. What do you think was going on in that relationship at that point?
Well, we don't know, but we know that she was supporting him. I doubt if he was emotionally supportive for her going through something like this. And her joblessness went on for a while, which must have been very difficult for a woman who was used to succeeding and making a lot of money and doing well. She didn't tell her friends, much about how she felt about what was going on. And she was actually out of work for months. She was applying for jobs all over the country, New Jersey, Florida, Denver, Colorado. And eventually she did get a job in Arizona in medical sales.
But on March 17th, 2010, it was her third day on the job. Brian claims that he was at Jamie's house when she got home from work.
I just remember that she'd come home. She was in scrubs. threw her hands up in the air, totally exasperated. And so it's like, you seem aggravated. What's going on? And she's just like, I'm not going back there. It was absolutely crazy.
And she's talking about her new job.
Yeah. And I'm like, wow, okay, well, what happened? What's going on? And she's like, well, I get there and she's like, I just kind of sort of had a bad feeling.
That totally contradicts the friend who helped her get that job, who reported she was excited about the job. She finally had a job. Brian, Rick, whatever you want to call him, also said something like, well, there was a creepy guy at the job and she wanted to get away from him. I don't believe either one of those.
So he was talking in circles, and you kept trying to bring him back to exactly what happened that night. Tell me what happened that night. And I love this next moment because you were starting to get so frustrated with him, you accidentally, or not, called him by his real name.
Well, remember, that was one of the conditions, that I had to call him Brian.
Right.
So.
He got a little annoyed. Let's listen to this.
What happened that night, Rick? Brian? What happened that night?
That was when she came in and asked me to take a week off from work. And I was like, well, when? And she's like, well, in the next day or two, next couple days. I can't do that. What are you talking about? What's going on? And she's like, we're going to go to Denver. We're going to get a house. I've got a job offer up there. It's time to go. I want to go. I want to get out of this state. Well, okay, this is awfully short notice, And then it was, I want to go to Denver. We need to go. We need to find a house. And we're going to get married. Well, now, wait a second. Now, you and I know the rules here, okay? I'm not getting married to you until I find out what the heck's going on between you and your dad.
This is where it really gets crazy. So he's taking two truths and using them to lie to you to your face.
Right. So, as we mentioned, she did have a complicated relationship with her parents. And so, and Brian clearly knew about it and wanted to use that. And then, of course, he used a truth. When she was, as I had mentioned earlier, she was looking for jobs. She was looking in Denver, Colorado for a job and had hoped to get one, but she did not get that job.
I just can't get over how he just calmly sits there and makes up these stories to your face. I mean, he had already done it on the witness stand too, right?
Right, but also it was his entire life. He had lied his entire life. That was the one thing we always heard about him. He's a liar. And sometimes people, they think, particularly women, she'll believe me. And his face never changed. Whether he was telling the truth or not, his face is the same.
Well, that's a good point, because I felt like he was looking at me as a woman, like a dumb woman every time. And so I just kind of let him believe that about me. I was a very good listener. He never asked me a single question whenever I talked to him. It was always him running his stories by me. And I just listened.
He probably was trying to figure out what seemed to stick and what didn't.
Definitely, yes.
What would work? What seemed to really resonate with you?
Yeah. Can I take a minute to tell you, I don't know if you remember the story, but I was with him once on one of our visits, and I had said to them, please don't leave me in the room with him for 4 hours again. I said, just give me 2 hours and then come knock on the door. And I always had to have a guard with me, right? So this guard kept he was so bored listening to this guy go on and on. He kept leaning out the door to see if they were coming to save us. And at one point he stepped out and the door smacked shut behind him. And without missing a beat, Brian says, quick, take off your clothes and get on the table. And I laughed and I said, oh, come on. But that's how he was treating me.
That is the creepiest. I remember this now, but that is one of the creepiest stories. That's what you don't want to happen.
Right?
Oh.
It was so bizarre. Anyway, after a little over 2 years, he says it was a drama-free breakup. I mean, come on. She was leaving and he was taking his things and going, and he says they even slept in the same bed, and he left the next morning for work. Jamie was missing for nearly 2.5 months, and no one even noticed.
I think her friend said the same thing, that it did take a while, but then people started noticing that she was not posting or emailing anybody. So, it's a little bit like telephone. Has anybody heard from Jamie? Has anybody heard from Jamie? And so he's realizing that people are going to start looking at him as well. So he wants to look like another concerned person. Where's Jamie? And so he calls someone and says, look, I'm worried about her. And the other thing I think really plays a part in this is so sad. We heard this over and over again from her friends. You don't know somebody who's going to disappear like this. So it was hard for people to believe that her boyfriend would do away with her.
Right.
They just didn't believe it. That doesn't happen to people is what we hear all the time on 48 Hours. And we really heard it with this case.
That's so true, yeah.
Well, it's interesting that as soon as the police, they started looking because people reported him missing. Her parents reported her missing, and they do track him down, and he's driving her car. And even they thought he was a little odd. So that's the reason why they wanted to check him out.
Police arrested him on a warrant for driving on a suspended license and took him in for questioning. And they held him on charges of forgery and identity theft until they could make a case for murder. When they asked him where Jamie was, this is what he told detectives.
So Thursday morning, I'm up at 2:30, take my shower, eat breakfast, and I'm out the door by 3:45. That's the last I saw of her. Okay. I got home around noon. There were 2 of the big suitcases missing. There was a carry-on missing. And she was gone.
Detectives searched Jamie's home, and her suitcases were still there. The car that she drove was also there, and so was her passport, but her wallet and credit cards and driver's license were missing. Then, with Brian in custody, they got a warrant to search his apartment and found some really alarming evidence.
What I probably will never forget the rest of my life, because it's so disturbing, is when they went to the apartment he had rented right before, quote unquote, she disappeared. They found her wallet, and several of her credit cards were on the desk. And what was saddest to me was in an envelope, they found all these little cut up pieces of what turned out to be her driver's license.
Right.
And, her cell phone was also at his apartment. But as usual, Brian is not fazed by this very damaging evidence. And he had an explanation for all of this. And I don't think anyone listening is going to believe it, but this is what he claimed.
She's still alive. So all this hubbub is a lot of horse crap.
What do you mean she's still alive? You're saying Jamie is still alive?
She's still alive.
How do you know?
Because until I'm proven differently, I know what her plans were. I know what she wanted to do. I know what she wanted to accomplish.
Which was?
Leave Arizona and get away from her dad.
Are you saying that you helped Jamie change her identity?
Yeah, I showed her how to do it.
So are you saying that you made up the idea that she had a job in Denver?
No,
He's now totally changing his story. First, he's telling you Jamie went to Denver, and now she didn't go to Denver. She just got up and disappeared to get away from her dad, who, as we mentioned before, she did have a complicated relationship with. What is he trying to say?
He's now saying that she was so tired of her own life that she asked him how he did it. And what's so hard about that is this was, again, this very accomplished woman and very buttoned down. And would she do something like that?
Right. Do you think she knew that he had changed his identity? Do you think she found out? No.
Well, she might have found out.
Right.
Something happened that night. So
Right.
maybe she did find out. Maybe during that time off, she was looking into him without a job. When I say time off, when she wasn't working, she looked into him. Something happened on March 17th.
So, okay, so he's changing his story now. Did she go to Denver? Did she disappear? This is what you asked him.
So did she have that job? Did she take a job in Denver or not?
I don't know.
So
I
what
showed her the
name
book.
is she? What name is she operating
Oh, I don't
under?
know that. So.
What do you mean? If you helped her, wouldn't you know what name?
Well, you have to understand, I helped her from a general standpoint. I showed her how I did it. Okay. Now, there were books. Okay. She read the books. She knew they were there. She had all of that. Plus, she had me. And that was the thing that I told her is that the real key is you got to have money. You got to have cash. Okay?
She didn't have any cash.
Oh, she had, well...
She didn't have any cash. Brian, all her money, she left behind all her credit cards. She left behind all her accounts.
Sure.
You know, I mean, he wasn't expecting that I would know that she had money still sitting in her account. She simply disappeared. And I think what's really important to know is that she didn't have a reason to disappear.
Right.
She didn't have a reason. She had a brand new job. She wasn't running from things. She didn't have ex-husbands or children she didn't want to pay child support for. There was no reason for her to want to change.
This next exchange kept me from dating online for many, many years, for a decade.
You used her credit cards to go on dating sites.
Mm-hmm.
That's nervy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty nervy.
And pretty insensitive, too, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, a little, because, well, let me explain.
You used her credit cards to go on dating sites to meet other women.
Well, you know what? Look, Jamie was leaving. Jamie had her own life to live.
So use your own money. Why did you use hers?
Well, I did. Okay? That was the whole point.
When you asked him what gave him the right to use Jamie's credit cards, he said he was doing it for her. Can you explain that rationale, please?
Well, I can't really explain it. I could tell you what his thoughts were. I mean, I was so offended by that. As a reporter and a woman, the idea that he would claim to me, here she disappeared, she left behind the credit cards, and that he used those credit cards to meet other people was so offensive. But what he claimed was she was still alive. I know nobody will believe me, but this is what he said, that she was still alive and he was giving her cash and leaving it at her house where she would come in the middle of the night, pick it up, and then disappear again. I mean, who's going to believe that? But he said it to me just like it was the most normal thing to say.
Yeah, it's super crazy. So this next exchange feels to me like the final car chase in a movie.
It seems to me that when you're preparing for trial, if you could have found her, you would have found her with your lawyers. That's all you would have needed, and you wouldn't have gone on trial at all.
Well, now, okay, just because I could have sent her an email, just because I could have called a number, doesn't mean that she wouldn't have switched it out at that point, okay? Because...
But you didn't even try.
How am I supposed to try?
She's gone. No one sees her again March 18th. Jamie's dead, isn't she?
It's not hard to get new ID.
You said it takes time. You yourself said that, Brian.
No, I said it takes time.
She didn't have that time.
I said it takes time to create a new persona. To get the ID is nothing.
Right. She didn't have the time to create the new persona.
Yes, she did. Jamie took $100,000 and what could be 3 different identifications, and she left the state of Arizona.
Do you remember how you felt in that moment?
Well, it's just like, where do you go with that? This is a man. I mean, what was really sad? I mean, what I was trying to make a point there, he's saying she's still alive and he's on trial for her murder. And if she was still alive, he would have reached out to her and said, save me, prove, please, that I didn't kill you. I mean, what you have to be thinking as you're sitting there when you're talking is, he killed her, and he has the nerve to sit there and say she's still alive. It's not only old, it's just incredibly sad and aggravating.
Yes, very. He was called to the witness stand, as Rick Wayne Valentini, a.k.a. Brian Stewart, but his lawyer called him Brian. I mean, so crazy. She walked him through his name change and the rest of his story gently, and then the prosecutor, Juan Martinez, took over and pounded him. I mean, I remember the judge basically outside of the view of the jury saying, we get it, you know? So just after he was convicted and prior to his sentencing, he agreed to an interview with you. What do you recall about that day?
Well, actually, you made me remember all of this. You know, we had amazing access. I've never had that kind of access inside a prison. The day that we were with him, his lawyer came to see him and was shocked to hear that we were there because he had not told her he was talking to the press. That is a nightmare for a defense attorney. I mean, he lied to everyone, including his own lawyer. Ugh. All along, you've told a lot of different stories.
Sure.
And they're contradictory stories.
Sure.
I mean, you admit you've lied about things.
Sure.
Why should somebody believe you now?
I'm not asking for people to believe me. I'm not, to me, I don't really care what people think.
I think he does care, but so have you heard it all from him?
No, which is, oddly upsetting. Like, they go away and they never call me again. But the last conversation I had with him, I was at the airport on my way home after all of, after the interview. And he started asking me questions which he had never done. Like, what's your last name? And, oh, are you Jewish? And it was so bizarre. Like, all of a sudden he's interested in me, which was sort of creepy, right? And I remember calling my best friend at the time and saying, I actually feel bad for this knucklehead. Like, he just doesn't get it. He can't get out of his own way. And she said to me, save that for someone who deserves it.
I agree with her. So I do think that because you spent so much time with him, that you saw him more as this guy who could have had a great future and threw it away. Yeah. He hurt himself. I saw him as, I couldn't get past. He was a con man who killed this young woman who did have a great future and was just looking for how she could succeed and impress her parents. And he took that all away from all of them. Her parents were wonderful, sweet people who, blamed themselves in part. They felt they might have been too tough on her, and they never got a chance to say that to her.
Yeah, they were very sweet. And I remember her mother saying she carries her receiving blanket with her for the day that they find her. It was so sad.
And that turned out to be very important years later.
Yeah, yeah. So, I don't know, 6.5 years later, I was in Italy on vacation and my phone rang and it was one of the detectives. And when a detective calls me, I always answer. And he said, you're not going to believe this, but they found Jamie's body.
And they did. It still makes me sad because you and I both talked to him afterwards. And what struck me was how moved they were and happy that they were able to finally bring her home to her parents. And so, their parents will continue grieving, but at least there's like a bit of closure to that. They know They know he murdered her. They know where he put her, and they could bury her themselves.
Yeah, and that's always so important to these families, right? They just want their people home. They want to know where they are, right?
They want to be able to grieve properly, because
Right.
sometimes when you don't know, and I've done too many of these stories where the person has not been found, that really kind of gets in the way of the parents grieving properly, because
Right.
there's so much guilt. I should be looking for. I didn't do enough to look for. And so finally these parents can say, she's at rest, and we can mourn her properly.
So, Erin, ultimately, what's the lesson of this case? What should our audience take away from this?
Well, sadly, I think it is that I keep thinking of her friends. Oh, this doesn't happen to us. And yet it does. Time and time again, sadly, at 48 hours. If you're worried, you're seeing signs of a problem in a relationship, you tell your friend or your sister or your, whoever you know. And you, when someone doesn't respond, disappear for a while, you don't let that go. You don't just assume they're fine. This is a reminder to all of us to stay in touch with the people we care about.
It's so true. So true. Well, thank you again for joining me for this podcast. Again, it was my first hour for 48 hours and now my first podcast for 48 hours. And it's such a pleasure having you.
But you know what? There'll be plenty of conversations with killers.
On the next episode of Killer Conversation, Peter Van Sant joins me again, this time to discuss two infamous teenage killers who made headlines around the world, but only granted interviews to Peter for 48 hours.
Atif, did you and Sebastian Burns meticulously plan the murder of your family?
Absolutely not.
48 Hours Killer Conversation is hosted and produced by me, Judy Rybak. Our story editor is Maura Walls. Alan Pang oversees recording, mixing, and sound design, fact-checking, and additional production support from Rebecca LaFlamme. And special thanks to 48 Hours executive producer Judy Tygard and Paramount Podcast Vice President Megan Marcus. Follow and listen to Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you liked this episode, please rate and review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Tune in next Tuesday for an all-new episode of Killer Conversation. Follow Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, a special two-part edition of 48 Hours.
You don't know exactly what you're going to be finding up there, and so just driving up there in itself, you're kind of walking into the unknown. I believe I was a little nervous.
I would describe it as being absolutely savage.
This was someone who used a baseball bat to kill the family.
What I see is an attack that is not only calculated and carried out with precision.
There was blood all over the room, on the ceiling, on the floor.
I also see a crime scene that smacks of the murderer having a very, very personal vendetta.
Somebody just went off the deep end, and once they started killing, they either enjoyed it or they couldn't stop themselves.
In an upper middle class neighborhood of an upper middle class community, 3 unsuspecting and undeserving human beings were savagely beaten to death.
There's blood, they're not breathing. I don't think it's safe here.
By somebody who they knew. It was a plan, a well-rehearsed, well-thought-out plan.
What happened in this house on a hot summer night in 1994 brought tragedy and mystery to this quiet neighborhood in Bellevue, Washington. Just after 2 in the morning on July 13th, police were called to a crime that would take them 10 years to bring to justice. Had you ever seen anything like it?
Never.
James Jude Conant is a senior deputy prosecutor in King County. He and a team of detectives have been haunted by this crime and the killers who got away.
They think that they are smarter than other people in the world. And I know that sounds just kind of a broad statement, but I really believe they believe that.
The search for the truth would lead police to another country through a web of intriguing clues. Could this screenplay that described a murder unlock the mystery? And in the end, would a sophisticated undercover operation set in a make-believe world of crime catch the real killers? The story begins with a call for help.
Emergency, what are you reporting? My friend, his mom and dad, we think they're dead.
Sebastian Burns and his friend Atif Rafay had stumbled on a horrific scene. Atif's parents had been murdered.
There is nothing that I can imagine about my parents that could have justified anyone to do what was done to them.
Sultana Rafay, Atif's mother, was the first to be killed.
Sebastian, what did you see when you walked through that door?
We saw Atif's mom lying on the floor.
Tariq Rafay was the next to be murdered.
We could see there was blood around him, and it was clear that he had been attacked.
Why do you think that they're dead? There's blood, they're not breathing, there's blood all over his face.
It was basically an overkill.
Detective Bob Thompson has been on the case since the night it began.
It just looked like someone had hit him 40 or 50 times.
Please, fast, okay?
Yes, they're on the way.
Okay.
They're on the way.
We'll be outside.
Okay, go ahead.
As the boys waited for help to arrive, a third victim, Atif's autistic older sister Basma, was clinging to life, moaning in her bedroom.
The third victim was autistic. It would make sense that she's murdered last because everybody knows that she can't make a 911 call.
Basma died a few hours later at the hospital, taking with her the secret of who killed the Rafay family. The Rafays had just moved to Bellevue from Vancouver, Canada. Sultana had a doctorate in nutrition, but devoted her life to raising her gifted son and disabled daughter.
I think she was certainly an extraordinary person.
Do you miss your mom?
I do.
What do you miss most about her?
Well, the mere presence is enough, but she knew me in a way that I suspect that no one ever will. She was always able to look right through the adolescent sort of pomposities that I might have had and remind me that I was just a silly kid at times.
Tariq Rafay was a structural engineer who had worked on buildings around the world.
In a sense, we were all like kids around him, or like my mom was too, and we were all, I guess, sort of in his orbit. He was a brilliant person, probably a far better mathematician than I will ever be.
No one could understand who would take the lives of this quiet family and spare their only son. Detectives began to look more closely at the crime scene.
What's the problem there? There's been some kind of break-in.
Sebastian had used the words break-in to report what had happened.
Is it locked? It's not locked.
Unlocked. Just looking at that room, you started realizing this looks like someone set it up. Boxes were tipped over, drawers were opened, but nothing appeared to have gone through.
That night, when police asked what was missing, Atif said two things: his Discman and a VCR.
Someone came in, murdered 3 people, and took his Walkman and a VCR. I mean, it makes no sense.
Detectives probed deeper. Who were these teenage boys who reported the crime?
The 1992-93 school year.
Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafay had been best friends since high school.
What'd you like about high school?
I liked being a kid. I liked having free time, and I liked hanging around with other kids, and I just liked being young.
The boys shared a sarcastic sense of humor and an interest in reading and debate.
What would you guys talk about? What were you interested in?
You know, it was things like Shakespeare and philosophy and Camus and things like that.
They had a lot in common. They became very good friends because they were both precocious, they were both intelligent.
Sarah Isaacs is Sebastian's high school sweetheart.
He went to parties, he was athletic, and he became friends with Atif and sort of showed Atif how to dress. He'd introduced Atif to girls. He sort of helped Atif be a stud like he was.
That's going back a bit.
Sebastian was raised in a loving family with English roots.
There was a lot of respect in our household. I mean, you didn't talk back to my parents. You didn't swear in the house.
Sebastian's sister, Tiffany.
We both grew up playing classical cello, so we had music lessons and we had to practice every day after school. All right, thanks.
In 2005, Tiffany was a TV reporter at the CBS station in Cleveland. She can't say enough about her little brother.
He's very smart. I mean, he's definitely what you would call an intellectual. And he's so well-read. He's got so many fascinating things to say.
Sebastian became a member of the Royal Canadian Air Cadets and was given an award by Prince Edward. Atif made it to the Ivy League, attending Cornell University. It was the summer of their freshman year in college when the murders took place.
It sort of is like a jigsaw puzzle, where, you know, you just take that piece and you put it here and you start fitting it together, and pretty soon you get a picture.
Police took Sebastian and Atif to the station and examined them for traces of blood. They found nothing. When asked where they had been that evening, the boys provide a full account. At 8:30, they drove to a restaurant for a bite to eat. Then they went to a 9:50 showing of The Lion King.
Well, why do you remember them?
They were acting annoying, obnoxious.
Everywhere they went, the people who came into contact with them remembered them.
After the movie, they stopped at another restaurant and left the waitress a $6 tip on a $9 tab.
They don't usually do that, especially young guys. Young guys don't tip very well.
But something else troubled police. How could the boys remember so much detail about where they'd been that evening and yet not recall key moments at the murder scene? The police decided to interview Sebastian and Atif again, and detectives recorded the conversation.
I found my mom. What did you do? I may have gone after her. I can't remember. I don't know what I did. I can't remember.
Did you go walk over to your dad?
I don't think so. No.
Did you touch your dad?
I don't think so.
Well, you'd know, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know if I know, but I don't think I touched him.
See, I don't understand this, Atif. Your sister is moaning. She's hurt.
Yeah.
And you don't go to help her.
Detectives wanted to know why Atif didn't help his dying sister, even though he heard her through her bedroom door.
How hurt is she?
I didn't know.
Okay, you don't know how hurt she is.
I don't know how hurt she is. All I know is that I can't do anything.
Sebastian and Atif were witnesses. By the time they left at the end of these statements, were they suspects?
Yes, definitely suspects. By the time they left, they were suspects. You know what, I think you know who it is.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's
I
not.
would tell you if I knew who did it.
And investigators thought they not only knew who, they also knew why.
$300,000 to $400,000 is about to slip through his fingers if she lives.
Are you saying Atif didn't go to the aid of his sister because he didn't want to save his sister?
Atif didn't go to the aid of his sister because unless she died, the whole plan came crumbling down on them.
3 days after the murders, relatives gathered in Bellevue to bury the Rafays in a traditional Muslim ceremony. But the only surviving member of the immediate family was nowhere to be found.
They were wondering, where's the teeth? Where's the son?
On the day of the funeral, the Raffay's only son was on a bus headed across the border to Canada. And with him was his best friend, Sebastian Burns. Sebastian and Atif were now in Vancouver, Canada, out of reach of the Bellevue police and an investigation that targeted them for the murders of the Raffay family.
Did the boys go to Vancouver or did they flee to Vancouver?
From our perspective, they fled back to Vancouver.
He didn't flee. He went home.
Their sudden bus trip across the border only raised more suspicion, even though both boys were Canadian citizens.
Well, how do you flee a country getting on a Greyhound bus?
In fact, a representative from the Canadian consulate informed the Bellevue police of their trip in advance.
She contacted the Bellevue Police Department to say these guys are leaving, they're going home, if that's okay with you.
She was told, quote, sure. She then tells the boys it's okay to go, and they leave. That is not fleeing.
It is not fleeing? I think it's
to
fleeing.
ask permission?
Atif and Sebastian both had my numbers. They knew I was even in the process of getting them a pager so we could keep in contact. And they're gone. They don't tell me where they're at. They know I'm investigating the murders of their parents, and they're gone.
Detective Thompson was a veteran cop.
This is the other.
His gut told him that the boys were guilty, but he just didn't have the evidence to prove it. Investigators kept combing the house.
Is it locked? It's not locked.
They found no forced entry. There was, however, an eerie clue. A forensic tool, luminol, showed blood on the shower walls. The killer had used the shower before leaving.
The person was so comfortable and calm and collected that he or she might then decide perhaps they'll have a shower before they go. It is inconceivable.
Could that be the reason why the boys who had discovered the bodies at that bloody crime scene didn't have a trace of blood on their hair, their hands, or anywhere on their bodies?
Are you a killer, Sebastian?
No, absolutely not.
Did you hold that bat in your hands and kill those 3 people?
No, I didn't.
You're not lying to me.
No.
Would you have ever done anything, Atif, to hurt your parents?
No. The single most distressing thing about this entire experience is the fact that I would even have to speak out and say, yeah, no, I did not do that.
Okay, right here. Even without physical evidence, detectives were determined. They began to build a case against the boys based on their odd behavior following the murders.
They cooperated. They did everything that was asked of them. However, when they did things, they had this air or this attitude about doing it.
They honed in on their demeanor at the crime scene and questioned why they sat in front of the house if they believed an intruder might still be there.
He's out on the curb, 20 yards away from the front door where this supposed killer may be in the house, and he's waiting for the police on the curb while Atif's having a cigarette.
I'm not sure that anything that we did made any sense. I was not thinking in a normal way.
Police also couldn't make sense of why Atif would notice that his Discman and VCR were missing.
He's walking around the house claiming to discover the fact that the VCR is missing. And ultimately, while his mother and father and sister lay in a state of carnage. Let's not mince words here. It is carnage. He claims to have discovered that the Walkman was missing from his bedroom.
And they've decided that my son and his friend are the guilty parties. They've decided that.
I believe him to be totally innocent, as is Atif, and they have been damned.
Sebastian's family and friends rallied around him and Atif.
I remember sitting on those steps with Sebastian. I remember sitting on that field.
Sebastian's former girlfriend, Sarah Isaacs, says She knows his character better than anyone.
Have you ever thought to yourself, maybe there was something I missed about Sebastian that I just didn't see?
There's nothing that anyone could tell me. There was never a moment when someone could tell me something that made me think, honestly, maybe he did it. I never had to face that moment, ever. I know Sebastian. He was and is my very, very good friend.
Did the cops investigating this just need to get home to dinner? I mean, why didn't they follow up the leads that came their way?
And there were other compelling leads. Within days of the crime, police received a tip from a reliable informant that someone had offered $20,000 to kill an East Indian family that had recently moved from Vancouver to Bellevue.
There's no physical evidence that links Atif and Sebastian to the crime. Their alibis check out. And now you get this lead from an informant in Canada that somebody had been bragging about a hit on an East Indian family in Bellevue, Washington. Tells me that's the direction now you should be focusing your investigation, since there's no evidence against these boys.
Well, there is evidence against those boys. There was a lot of evidence against those boys, and it was all circumstantial. It wasn't evidence to convict them, certainly.
Is it fair to say that you didn't properly check out this lead in Vancouver?
You know, it may be fair to say that that lead was not fully checked out. You get all kinds of tips that come in, and you have to weigh them, but the leads didn't go that direction. The leads went directly to Canada, and the leads we followed those leads to Sebastian and Atif.
Atif, why don't you talk to police?
On the advice of a lawyer, the boys decided to stop cooperating with Bellevue authorities.
The minute we went to Canada, Burns and Raffet wouldn't talk to us at all. They were telling other people not to talk to us.
So Thompson kept digging and found what he thought was a disturbing clue from their past.
We started looking through their high school yearbook, and Sebastian Burns was in a high school play called The Rope, about two kids who commit the perfect murder.
These are words that Sebastian's character said on stage. Do you mind reading it?
An immaculate murder. I have killed. I have killed for the sake of danger and for the sake of killing.
Ariana McGregor performed in the West Vancouver High School production of Rope, along with Sebastian.
The character in the play is somebody who's arrogant and believes he's better than everybody else. And Sebastian had a quality of being superior. He knew he was intelligent, knew he was good looking.
What was Rope about?
The gimmick of the play is that somebody is murdered at the start of the play, and the villains put him into a box, and then they invite guests over. Everybody's at this party wondering when the last guest is going to show up, and nobody knows that actually he's in the box at the front of the play. And so there's lots of suspenseful giggles all the way through, because everybody in the audience knows that there's this person, this thing in the box.
These black and white ethical balls.
Your character on stage says, "We've always said, you and I, that moral concepts of right and wrong don't hold for the intellectually superior. The only crime we can commit is a mistake." There's some people who believe those are words that the real Sebastian Burns might say.
That's ridiculous. There was no time ever during any performance or any rehearsal that anybody was ever thinking anything serious about any of the supposed intellectual philosophies in this play or anything like that.
But detectives believed the fictional murder story did inspire the real-life crime. Even more chilling, the weapon was the same, a baseball bat.
Well, that's just a huge coincidence. I think Sebastian was actually mortified when he realized that he was a suspect in the baseball bat killings of the Raffets, because he said, "Cripes, what's going to happen when they find out about the play?"
How does the play end?
Their superior figures them out. Someone who is actually more intelligent than they are figures it out, and they get caught.
As the investigation continued in Bellevue, the boys were living well in Vancouver. With some of the money Atif inherited from his parents' estate, they bought a convertible and rented an apartment together with another high school pal,
I think I'll stay here forever.
Jimmy Miyoshi. Behind drawn curtains, they hid from the media, who were constantly in pursuit of them and their story.
Hello. Is Atif there?
987.
But while they weren't talking to the police were listening to them.
Hello?
Atif Rafe?
Oh, yeah.
Every word they spoke at home or in their car was being recorded.
How are you doing?
Okay, I guess.
The boys had no idea they were now the targets of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP.
The RCMP applied for and ultimately obtained authorization to do wiretaps.
On April 10th, 1995, RCMP investigators intercepted this phone message.
This is Crimper's Hair Salon calling for Sebastian to confirm his appointment with Gregory tomorrow, Tuesday, April 11th.
Sebastian could never have imagined that he was about to fall into a trap set by one of the most sophisticated undercover operators in the world.
There was no doubt in my mind that yes, Sebastian Burns was responsible for this, and we were in fact going to get a full confession from him.
By April of 1995, Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafe were Canada's most famous teenage murder suspects.
I remember a time when we were at a bus stop and someone drove by and rolled down the window and yelled, "Murderers!" That was typical. They were pariahs. They were hated.
I was unable to go to college. I was unable to get a job.
But the boys had a plan to make their fortune and live out a lifelong dream. They started work on their very own screenplay about two best friends accused of murdering a family.
The movie was going to be about Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafe and the injustice that was heaped upon them as a result of the suspicion about their involvement in this triple aggravated murder case in Bellevue.
They called it the Great Despisers.
We were worried that it would sound a bit nerdy because having the word great in the title makes it sound kind of nerdy. And if we'd called it, for example, just the Despisers, that would have been more unimpeachably cool. However, we decided to have the courage to stick with this nerdy title.
While the boys worked on what they say is their fictional story about two friends falsely accused, they had no idea the real-life plotline was about to take an astonishing turn.
This is Crimper's Hair Salon calling for Sebastian to confirm his appointment with Gregory.
That simple message from a local hair salon was the moment the RCMP was waiting for.
I think they were very vulnerable to whatever the RCMP had in store for them. These were kids who lived pretty sheltered lives.
When Sebastian was finished at Crimper's salon, a stranger was waiting.
And when Mr. Burns comes out of the salon, the undercover operator just approaches him, what they call the cold approach.
He seemed to me like some kind of an entrepreneur.
He walks up to him and says, "Hey buddy, can you give me a hand? I seem to have locked my keys in the car."
So he asked me for a ride to his hotel, and I gave him a ride.
The stranger took Sebastian to a bar and bought him a drink for his trouble.
I was impressed by that, and I was also sort of intrigued, I guess, or excited about the way that he seemed so ready to be interested in me.
Sebastian told his new friend that he and his buddies had written a screenplay, but he didn't have a job and needed financing. The friend said he knew someone who could help.
Ultimately, the goal was to get Sebastian to meet with the next guy up the chain. and it worked perfectly.
Sebastian thought he was about to meet a connected businessman, but it was this man. Sergeant Hazlitt of the RCMP. We cannot show you his face.
I don't think there's an undercover team like this anywhere in the world. And I say that very seriously.
The best of the best.
The best.
The RCMP spent months preparing to manipulate their target.
They had access to fancy cars, posh hotel suites, weapons, false international documents, beautiful women.
Posing as professional mobsters, the RCMP set up the first meeting with Sebastian at a strip club.
How important was this movie to Sebastian Burns?
It was just about his whole life.
The crime boss told Sebastian he did have cash to invest in his screenplay, but Sebastian would have to earn it. Sebastian had no idea he was being offered work in a make-believe world of crime. Jobs were also promised to Atif and their pal, Jimmy Miyoshi.
I hope these guys are solid, man. These guys are never going to betray me, ever, all right? Never, ever.
Sebastian's first assignment, transport a stolen car for the crime boss.
He had nothing. And then he was offered something. He was offered something that was criminal, something that he probably wouldn't have thought was a good idea had he had something else going on in his life.
He was only paid $200 for the job, and he wasn't happy.
He was disgusted. He made it clear he wasn't happy. He told us he could make more money than that stealing his videos out of stores.
It was essential to the undercover operation that Sebastian continue working for the organization, so the next staged crime is easier, for more cash.
What I want you guys to do, which is no big deal. It's pretty straightforward.
Sebastian and Jimmy Miyoshi go from one bank to another, laundering money.
Cash is here, just take a deposit into this account when you guys run in the first time. Next time, another guy at a different bank.
This time, for a day's work, they get paid $2,000.
Wow, so cool. This has been a cool thing ever. I've been operating for.
I couldn't help but be excited about having $2,000 put in my hand, and I'd hardly had to do anything for it.
Months go by. The undercover operators take Sebastian to posh hotels, trying to build trust and draw him out.
How's the movie going? Well, we haven't started filming or anything, but the script is completely. It's brilliant.
Did you sense that Sebastian felt he was smarter than you?
Oh, there's no doubt. He made it clear and told us that on more than one occasion.
Tell me how smart you are. Tell me how smart you are. I'm one of the most intelligent people in the world.
Slowly, the undercover operators bring up the investigation in Bellevue. Hazlitt tries to get Sebastian to confess by telling him he already knows what happened.
Well, I know you did it. You know you did it. The police know you did it. As far as I know, they're not.
Sebastian doesn't admit guilt, but he confides in the mobsters that if the police did find something to tie him to the crime, he might want them to destroy it. And he has a very practical theory. As one of the best-known murder suspects in Canada, he is confident that his movie would make millions if he is suddenly proven innocent.
And a film with that kind of promotion, because the thing is, as it is right now, it's like, ooh, controversy, right, which in itself promotes, right? But this is like, oh, you're heroes. And something goes up to 25, 30 million.
Taking their cue again from their target, the businessmen raise the stakes. They tell Sebastian that the Bellevue police have physical evidence tying him to the crime.
Well, I'll tell you, they're coming to lock your ass up. Yours and your friends.
To make it seem real, Hazlitt shows him this phony memo on Bellevue police letterhead detailing the evidence linking Sebastian to the murders.
Just read this piece of shit.
The mobsters offer to destroy the so-called evidence, but they need Sebastian to tell them exactly what happened in the Raffay house the night of the murders.
Well, I want your help.
Yeah, you need my help. So, you tell me what went on down there, and I'm going to tell you how I'm going to take care of your problem.
Finally, on July 18, 1995, 1 year after the murders, Sebastian meets the crime boss, Sergeant Hazlitt, at the Ocean Point Resort. And the cameras are rolling.
He walks into this hotel room and takes off his shoes. He stretches out on a love seat. It's only then that Mr. Burns lets his guard down and the dirty little secret that he's been protecting for the last 12 or 13 months starts to unravel on video for the whole wide world to see.
It has taken 3 months of undercover work to get to this moment.
Well, you both guys look up one day and say, hey, let's go off your family and get all their money?
Basically. Essentially, yeah, I mean.
And he told me the details how him and Atif Rafay did commit the murders in Bellevue.
How did you do 3 people at once?
I don't watch it when I hear that.
Extremely, extremely cold individual. It's phenomenal.
To you, man.
The next day, Sebastian brings Atif to the crime boss to tell his story.
How's it feel killing your parents and daughter and sister?
Pretty rotten, but it's tempered by the fact that I felt that it was necessary.
Why?
It was necessary to, I guess, achieve what I wanted to achieve in this life.
That's all the police needed to hear.
Those were solid, strong confessions that only the individuals that were responsible for that murder would be able to sit down and tell it like it was.
Cheers.
Sebastian, Atif, and Jimmy Miyoshi are all arrested.
You have anything to say?
But this case is just beginning. Sebastian says he's lying, that undercover officers intimidated him into making a false confession.
I believe that if I'd crossed them, that they would have me killed.
Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafay, best friends who once dreamed of making it big in movies, were now behind bars. But no sooner were Sebastian and Atif arrested than the same Canadian government that set a trap to catch them led an international battle to spare their lives.
We should not be sending anybody back.
The case went all the way up to Canada's Supreme Court.
Persons who leave the country and commit offenses outside of the country should expect that they will be punished under the laws of the jurisdiction in which they committed the crime.
Sending the boys back across the border to Washington meant they would face the death penalty if convicted. A punishment Canada had long since abolished and considered inhumane.
We never knew when we were going to be leaving for the United States.
And every time we heard, oh, there may be a trial, next year, then it became the next year.
And that lasted for about 4 years, where we thought that we were a week away from extradition.
After 6 years of legal wrangling, the King County prosecutor in Seattle agreed to Canada's demands not to seek the death penalty. Sebastian and Atif, now 25-year-old men, were finally extradited to face murder charges.
Mr. Rafay, you're charged. Mr. Burns, you're charged in the cause numbers that I just read with 3 counts of aggravated murder in the first degree.
If convicted, the penalty would now be life with no parole.
That goes with the motion to dismiss.
They were appointed a team of attorneys. Representing Sebastian was Teresa Olson, an ardent, if eccentric public defender who believed in the boy's innocence.
Of course they didn't do the killings. The evidence is clear that they didn't do the killings.
Olson worked tirelessly on the case, running down leads and witnesses. But in the summer of 2002, the case took a bizarre turn. Guards at the King County Jail reported seeing Olson having sex with Sebastian during an attorney-client meeting.
Shut up!
The well-publicized scandal even caught the attention of late-night comic Jay Leno.
A female lawyer in Seattle is in trouble for having sex in jail with her client, who is a murderer. How creepy is that? Huh? Sex with a lawyer. Ooh.
And brought the trial to a grinding halt.
This court had no choice but to appoint new counsel.
Sebastian's new attorneys were a dream team. Ivy League trained Jeff Robinson and Song Richardson.
There is a lot at stake for Sebastian Burns, and we will be fighting till the end.
187's a retired artist.
They were among Seattle's best and most expensive criminal defense lawyers.
Exactly.
Along with Amanda Lee, they staunchly believed in the boy's innocence and agreed to take the high-profile case at a public defender's wage.
They have been essentially judged and treated as though they were guilty from the beginning when the evidence just isn't there.
What kind of pressure is on all of your shoulders as we approach this trial?
Nothing more or less than the rest of Sebastian Burns' natural life.
They were up against two of the most seasoned and respected prosecutors in Seattle.
I want to talk.
We're going to get in.
Let's sit up.
Roger Davidheiser would be joining James Conant on the case.
It's not just justice, it's the truth. What we're after here is the truth. And I would submit to you that's what separates our side from theirs.
By September 2003, Sebastian and Atif had been in jail for more than 8 years, charged but never convicted for the Raffaele family murders.
You have to recognize that these are human beings, and they have had their lives stolen from them. And to make it worse, they've had their lives stolen from them to somehow resolve a murder that they didn't commit.
The case would turn on those controversial confessions.
Make-believe mobsters extracting confessions from teenagers. Is that allowed in the state of Washington?
It's not allowed in the state of Washington, and I don't think it's allowed anywhere else in the United States under the circumstances that it was done in this case.
Are you comfortable using the results from an illegal undercover investigation by U.S. laws in your case?
This investigation was not illegal because it was conducted in Canada by Canadian authorities targeting Canadian citizens. It was an investigation that they undertook separate and apart from the Bellevue investigation.
This case, it's not only about the lives of my two friends. It's about the responsibility of police and prosecutors to do their job properly and to act in good faith. And they have not done that in this case.
It would be up to Superior Court Judge Charles Mertel,
well, please be seated, everyone,
to decide if Sebastian and Atif's chilling confessions caught on tape would be allowed to damn them in an American court.
Other prosecutors in other cases with evidence just like that have told jurors, just like the ones that will sit in our case, that it's a slam dunk, and those jurors very comfortably have convicted people and sentenced them to die, and they've been wrong.
Judge Mertel was about to make the most controversial ruling of his career. The boys' lives would depend on what he was about to say.
48 Hours continues.
Before we begin, just a trigger warning. The following episode contains references to graphic physical violence. Please listen with care.
Let's be honest, you've been portrayed as a monster.
Yes.
Evil, maniacal, plotting, a murderer. Are you those things?
No.
Welcome to Killer Conversation, a podcast about the criminal mind. My name is Judy Rybak, and I'm a longtime 48 Hours producer, so I like to think I know a thing or three about killers. In this episode, Peter Van Sant and I will take a deep dive into 2 interviews he did with convicted killers, teenagers who murdered 3 people for money and the thrill of it back in 1994. A decade later, they agreed to be interviewed exclusively by Peter for 48 hours.
Did you hold that bat in your hands and kill those 3 people?
No, I didn't.
Sebastian Burns has been described as the mastermind who used a metal baseball bat to kill his buddy Atif Rafai's mother, father, and sister while Atif stood by.
Atif, did you and Sebastian Burns meticulously plan the murder of your family?
Absolutely not.
Hi, Peter. Good to see you again. Thanks so much for joining me. So this was such a high-profile case. You covered it twice for 48 hours and wrote a book about it. Tell us how you got involved.
Sometimes it's the simplest of ways. The house where this occurred was about a mile and a half from the house where I grew up in. This was in Bellevue, Washington. And a great source that I'd used over the years, my mother, called to tell me about it. And I immediately did everything I could to try to land this assignment. So from the very beginning, I had really kind of a personal stake in this.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to hear you say it. What was it about this case?
Oh, man, this story had everything. You've got 2 best friends. They're young. They're meticulous plotters. Vicious, heartless characters that some fiction writer could not have come up with. The 2 of them met in high school in Vancouver, Canada, and in all the years I had lived in Bellevue, there had never been an unsolved murder case.
So both of these boys were Canadian citizens at the time, right? I mean, the Rafais were living in Washington, but they were Canadians. So this case drew international attention, and yet you were the only journalist who Sebastian and Atif agreed to interview with. How did you get that interview? Why 48 hours?
Well, first, 48 does have a great reputation of honestly telling these stories and wanting to hear from both sides and respecting the whole process. But it has to go back to my producers on this one, Jenna Jackson, Guyan Kashishian, and Nancy Kramer, who dedicated their lives this 6-month-long trial. We had someone there virtually every day. And so they met the defense attorneys, they developed relationships, they met Sebastian's parents, and Atif's, of course, were dead. And they developed some trust. And as a Seattleite, that connected with a lot of people. I grew up there. I knew the area. I knew Vancouver, Canada really well. And I think all of that came together and we managed to land the interviews.
Amazing. I know what that's like to sit through long trials and gain everyone's trust. So they are both remorseless killers, but so different. Sebastian seems diabolical. Atif is so aloof. How did you prepare for 2 very different interviews?
Well, in both cases, we had the ability to dig into these police reports. We watched the undercover videos, which were haunting. We interviewed investigators, prosecutors, defense attorneys. They all were very open with sharing information with us, and I can't thank them enough. Sebastian was cocky and condescending, and people said he was the mastermind, and he just would look at you and couldn't help it but look down upon you. Even though he's wearing an orange jumpsuit, even though he's the one behind bars, I was the fool in the room, I felt, when I was talking to him. And I knew I had to be direct and really well prepared because he would correct me on any fact.
Yeah.
Atif was his devoted follower. He was a very soft-spoken, intellectual, who, if you believe what investigators have concluded in this case, he stood by while his best friend in the world savagely beat his family to death with a baseball bat. So I honestly didn't know what to expect with him, because when you first greet him, he's very well-mannered. But as you get into a conversation, he loves to turn it into verbal combat, and he wants to impress you with his array of weapons with the English language. And so it's fascinating to sit with him, and he found that to be almost a contest, a debate in a way that in his mind, he could never lose.
You talked to them separately in the jail where they were awaiting sentencing. Tell me about that day.
It was so weird. It was a vibe that I have never encountered in any other interview with a killer. Arrogance just filled the air, no remorse, not taking any responsibility for these horrors. Occasionally they would smile in a way that was exasperating. I mean, I even said at one time in the interview to Sebastian, "What do you think, this is funny?" Because he'd have a smile on his face. And so in that way, it was a real out-of-body experience for me as a journalist.
Did you ever think to yourself that because of your superior intelligence, the rules of society did not apply to you?
No, and I really didn't sincerely think in those terms at all. As you put it, my superior intelligence. Like I said, I used to make a lot of wisecracks, and no, I didn't think like that.
How would you describe Sebastian in a word?
I have to use words, unfortunately, but handsome, charming when he chose to be, smart, someone who could have accomplished great things in life. Sebastian, he became a member of the Royal Canadian Air Cadets. Mm-hmm. And there's this picture of him getting an award by Prince Edward, and his parents were so proud. He expected to be a lawyer in life, he said, because he loved to be so argumentative. He was raised in a really great home, a very sophisticated upper middle class family. Mom and dad were very well educated. They lived in West Vancouver, British Columbia. It was a very, very desirable neighborhood. It was a place where Sebastian and his sister Tiffany, they'd wake up the parents in the morning on Christmas morning playing their cellos, a Christmas song to wake them up. Sister Tiffany was a real successful woman in her own right. She was a television reporter and anchor at the CBS station in Cleveland and working her way up in a very promising career.
How would you describe Atif in a word?
Compliant. That's the way he was with Sebastian.
Atif had been accepted at Cornell University, which is currently ranked number 11 in the country by U.S. News and World Report. He was impressive, and he knew it.
And I know you've heard this many times, but the notion is two arrogant, smug, self-absorbed young men who saw themselves as intellectually superior planned the perfect murder so that you could financially benefit from it and achieve the things, in your own words, that you wanted to achieve in life.
Yeah, I know. It's such a compelling tabloid narrative, but like many tabloid narratives, it's fatuous and foolish and false. And it's that particular line about achieving the things that I want to do in life, I think that if any discerning person looks at that, they will see the empty abstractions of someone who is trying to come up with some kind of justification for something that he didn't do and couldn't justify.
My goodness, his smugness is palpable, and he has a smile on his face the whole time. What made these two friends, Peter?
I guess there's similarities in intellect, but they're the odd couple. One was the leader, one was the follower. They were both quirky. They gravitated toward each other in high school. Both were fans of the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who was Hitler's favorite philosopher, by the way. Nietzsche had this theory of Übermensch, the Superman who could impose his own morality, his own will upon the weak through strength and dominance. I think they saw themselves as supermen.
Were there any signs when they were in high school that either of them might be capable of a crime like this?
Yeah, when we were doing interviews in Vancouver, there was a woman we spoke to who was a good friend of Sebastian's, in fact, a girlfriend. And she told authorities that Sebastian had told her that he wanted to know what it was like to kill someone.
Are you saying that you are incapable of committing murder?
Yes, absolutely.
You are. Then how do you explain what you said to your friend Nazgul Shifty 6 months before these murders? I'd like to kill somebody someday. I think I'd like to know what it feels like. I think I might find it rather enjoyable.
That was a sarcasm that I made. First of all, I want to be clear. That's not a verbatim quote. Nobody knows what the verbatim quote is. That was a sarcasm that was made at some point when I was 17 years old. I was reminded of it for the first time just this last March, okay?
Why would he even say a thing like that? Like, who says a thing like that? What, was he testing her?
Yeah, well, look, this girlfriend, that quote was burned into her mind. She was very bright, and I think that was maybe a word or two off. But note the analysis he has to give us about it's not exactly verbatim, but she was absolutely certain this what he said, and it also sent a chill up her spine. But also as an Ubermensch, he could say and do whatever he wanted to. And get this, in the high school yearbook, Sebastian had described himself as a titan with furious contempt for the petty strictures of plebeians. And Atif wrote, "Hearing the cries of the plebs below, Atif descended through the clouds and gazed bemusedly at the petty struggles of those around him and laughed." This, again, brilliant immaturity, wordplay, used for shock.
Okay, let's talk about the murders. According to authorities, sometime in the late evening of July 12th, 1994, Sebastian used a metal baseball bat to bludgeon Atif's parents and his sister, while Atif basically stood by. He may even have been watching at some points. You've seen a lot of crime scene photos, Peter. We both have. How do you think these compare?
These crime scene pictures were among the most gruesome I had ever seen, particularly Atif's father. The first picture I saw was of Sultana Rafay, Atif's mother. Who would have known that Sultana at that time of day would have been down unpacking boxes because they had moved into this new house? Well, Atif would know that. And it's believed that she was attacked first. Her head was crushed from behind. She probably had no idea that this killer was approaching her. She's lying on her stomach. Fascinating that her head was covered in a scarf. And investigators will tell you that when a killer knows the victim, and particularly if it's someone close to them, that they often cover the head because they just don't want to look at the face.
Right.
And so we move on then upstairs. The killer then moved upstairs, and Tariq, Atif's father, 56 years old at the time, he was sleeping on his back. And his head was pulverized by several dozen blows at least, investigators believe. And this was as savage a rage killing as I have ever seen. The third one was Basma. She's 20 years old. Why would they save Basma for last? Well, she couldn't talk. And she was autistic. And the killer entered her room. And this turned into a bit of a struggle because she was physically strong and she was running and trying to get away and was being hit. And one neighbor heard, and this is so disturbing, what he described as a mooing sound coming from inside the Rafay house. And we know today, and investigators believe, that noise was Basma crying out as she fought for her life. When investigators got into the room, they noticed she had defensive wounds all over her hands. Her Her skull had been smashed in and many of her teeth had been knocked out. So this was a terrifying, horrible, drawn-out death for Basma.
So incredibly brutal. I mean, one of the detectives said somebody went off the deep end and once they started killing, either enjoyed it or couldn't stop themselves. 2 neighbors even heard the pounding of the bat.
Yeah, one thought they must be putting up big paintings because they were having to hit the wall so hard.
Why would Sebastian be so brutal about these killings?
This is something that I don't really have the answer for this one. People have often wondered, and the investigators did on this, considering what Sebastian had talked about killing and wondering what it was like, that this was a thrill kill.
Right.
We know that Sebastian had starred in a high school play called Rope, which was turned into a movie.
One of my favorite films.
Mine too, directed by Alfred Hitchcock. The play and his film are about 2 young friends, much like Sebastian and Atif, who strangle a friend with a rope for the thrill of it.
Right, to see what it's like,
and
right?
So there's similarities between what he acted out on stage and what was occurring in that house.
Okay, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk about why prosecutors think Sebastian and Atif committed these horrible murders. The answer is chilling on so many levels. The senior deputy prosecutor on the case against Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafay called the murders absolutely savage. What reason did they have to commit these gruesome murders?
Well, we know Sebastian had expressed an interest in killing someone someday to see what it felt like. And in this case, Atif's parents had some money and they had life insurance as well. And I think money did play a role in this. And Atif had this difficult relationship with his father, who was deeply religious. And he'd also expressed kind of a resentment of his autistic sister, Basma. He called her gross and said he never really liked her. And prosecutors said that he would mock and he would mimic her in front of her. So money, that to me, I think is at the heart of this.
I think you're right.
And with Atif saying at one point that he wanted to be able to live the life he wanted to live, and the money would allow him to do that.
Right. You asked Atif about his relationship with his family, and his answer left me cold.
How would you describe your relationship with your parents?
I was closer to my mom than probably anyone that I ever have been or will ever be close to. I loved both my parents. I admired my father. At the same time, we had all kinds of arguments, which I enjoyed having and which I suspect they enjoyed having as well. We had, it's hard to sum up the relationship that a person has with one's parents because it's, in one sense, the closest and most basic sort of relationship that you will ever have. It constitutes who you are as a human being.
Did you love your mom and dad?
Yes.
Did you love your sister?
I would have to say that I didn't really have a relationship with my sister. And so I think that if I were to say that I loved my sister, I would sort of be demeaning the feelings that I had for my parents.
That is so strange. And he was very honest about not loving his sister. What were you thinking in that moment?
It's just a coldness that if you dehumanize, it's easier to kill.
Okay, so these murders were very well thought out, clearly not well enough to keep them out of prison, but there was a lot of planning that went into these murders. What was the plan?
The idea was to be out for the evening in a very noticeable way, because they went to a restaurant called The Keg. And by the way, Keg is, 5 miles from where I grew up. I went there while I was covering this case just to have dinner there and see the place. and that's in Factoria, Washington, which is right off the interstate near Bellevue. That's where the movie complex was, where they went to see The Lion King. And a waiter would later tell police that he remembered the two underage Canadians trying to order wine. So they did something that would draw attention, where they'd have to show ID, right? And then when they get to the movie theater, when Sebastian was buying his movie tickets, he goes, "Hey, you like my shirt?" And his shirt had a big cartoon character, some milkman character on it. And the ticket taker remembered Sebastian. Yeah, this odd guy said, "Hey, take a look at my T-shirt." Again, he's registering in people's minds. He's creating a memory that he was there. And Atif was wearing an army jacket. Once inside the movie theater, people said that they were obnoxious. They were drawing attention to themselves. They were talking loudly. At one point, one of them went up to the screen and tried to pull the movie curtains apart. Again, get everyone's attention. Yeah, I remember those guys. I saw them there. Then after they snuck out, they committed the crimes. Investigators believe that after the murder, the boys went out on this tour of eateries to try to draw attention to themselves as much as they could, so people would remember them if investigators came to question employees. And their first stop was a diner where they paid with a $10 bill for basically about a $3 meal and leaving a $7 tip. And the waitress remembered them. When they end up also then going out to a nightclub that was closing at 2 a.m. and they demanded to be let in, but they were not. Again, people would remember, yeah, those two boys, they were shouting at us, let us into the club. Everywhere they went, they wanted to create a memory with an employee that if authorities came, and remember, over and over, the police questioned the neighbors in the hopes that they would change their timelines, because for investigators, this was a big problem. On one side of the Raffet house, there was a woman named Julie, and she was a very meticulous woman who every night went through a routine that began at a certain time where, as I recall, she put in a load of wash and then put it in the dryer. And then she would read for a particular amount of time, usually even the same amount of pages each night. And she would look at her clock and she would go to bed at exactly the same time. And based on her story, the boys were at that movie theater at the time that she was an ear witness to the murders inside the Raffet house. When she heard all of this noise coming from there, the boys weren't there. They were at the movie theater, and that is not disputed.
So she heard pounding at a time when those boys were allegedly spotted at the movie theater.
Yeah, this is before any of the encounters with the waitresses and everything else.
Right.
She never changed her timeline, but investigators just simply said, well, we're going to say, and we'll say in court, that we just think she's wrong. She just had her times wrong, even though she won't change them, that she was wrong. But it created an opening for the defense.
And there was another neighbor who heard it and believed it was also at the same time. So Sebastian and Atif claimed they entered the Raffet family home at around 2 a.m. and that Sebastian was the first to see Atif's mother lying in a pool of blood. They admit that they never touched her. They didn't even bother to see if she was still alive or try to help her.
How do you know she's still not breathing? How do you not turn her over to check if she's breathing? To see if there's something you could do?
I don't know. And I don't know. And maybe that was a really cowardly thing to do. It was just a reflex. I cannot describe to you how shocking it was. Just how completely confounding it was. And there was nothing sensical about my reaction at all.
It's been alleged you didn't want to touch the body because you didn't want to get blood on you. Because that would wreck your alibi. It would wreck the stage that you had set there to fool police.
That's completely wrong.
I mean, if you're not the killer, you're trying to save that person, right? You don't care if you get blood on you.
Right, absolutely.
During the investigation, Sebastian was caught on tape saying that he was naked when he committed the murders. What's that all about?
Well, think about it. If you're wearing clothes, you're going to get blood spatter on those clothing, and that can turn into evidence. And investigators concluded fairly early on, this is just one of the bizarre things, never heard of this before in any murder case I've covered, that the killer stepped into the shower and took a shower. And what did investigators find in that shower stall? On the drain, there were 21 hairs recovered, and they were all from Sebastian Burns. And the walls of the shower had blood on them. It was tested, and that was Tariq Rafai's, Atif's dad. But what killer would step in to take a shower, particularly if it was a stranger, because that killer would have known, Atif's not here. He could come home.
Right.
I better get out of this house as quickly as possible.
Good point.
What killer would step in to take a shower if that killer didn't know there wasn't anyone left to come home?
Right.
If because Atif was there, he was
Atif
alive.
was already there,
and he was
right.
one of the two killers.
So they discover Atif's mother, and then Sebastian calls 911. When the police arrived, Atif's sister, Basma, was still alive. They could hear her moaning. The boys would have heard her too, and you asked them why they didn't try to save Basma's life. Let's listen to Atif.
Your sister was in the other room. You knew she was injured. You could hear her moaning. How do you not go in and give first aid? You could have saved your sister's life.
Well, for one, I don't really know first aid, and I didn't even think of it.
You're a bright guy. If someone's bleeding, you know how to stop bleeding, right?
You're right.
You know that for the average person, it sounds terrible that you didn't go in there. It sounds like you wanted her to die.
Well, I suppose that if I had planned these murders, I would certainly have rushed in and made heroic efforts to save her. Unfortunately, I had not planned these murders. I didn't commit these murders, and Sebastian didn't either. And I acted in a cowardly and shameful way, which I felt ashamed of even in the days immediately following, and have never since ceased feeling shameful of. But those were my reactions under pressure, I guess.
Oh, Peter, where to start? It was a decision. It wasn't a decision. If he had planned the murders, but unfortunately he didn't plan the murders, is this a confession of sorts?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, so in other words, yeah, I did. He planned it. Sebastian did. I would have done a much better job. It's stupid. That answer is so clumsy and so void of humanity.
Okay, so Peter, police focused on the boys from the very beginning. Why?
Well, let's go down the list. They discovered the bodies. The murders didn't look like a robbery gone bad. They both talked about there must have been a break-in. There were no signs of any forced entry at the house. There was an overkill situation. No burglar would do something like that. And cops became even more suspicious when the night after the murder, Sebastian and Atif were spotted at a local video store renting movies. They didn't seem at all fazed by the gruesome murder scene they had discovered. And police were also struck by how many details they remembered about their night out on the town. Remember all the waitresses and all the things. But they couldn't recall what they did when they got home and found Atif's family beaten to death.
Yeah, they weren't exactly acting like teenagers who were in a state of shock. So let's talk about the defense for a minute. The boys and their defense team believed that Atif's father was assassinated and that his wife and daughter were collateral damage. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Atif's father, Tariq, he was prominent and active in the local Muslim community, and he offended more conservative Muslims. And how is that? Well, as an engineer, Tariq Rafai, he calculated true east and determined that all the mosques in the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia, Canada, were not properly facing Mecca. And Muslims must pray toward Mecca. And this is crucial. And so he said everyone was going to have to move their prayer mats 1 degree. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but for some, this could be blasphemous. This could be how dare you? You're telling us that we've been praying in the wrong direction. And Bellevue police ended up getting 3 tips that the murders may have been related to fundamentalists who wanted Tariq and his family dead. A Canadian officer told them that an informant had warned him that there was a hit out on an East Indian family in Bellevue. Now, the Rafay family, they're not East Indians. They're from Pakistan. But still, the context and the nature of that tip is strongly suggesting that they could have been the targets.
Right. Also, the Seattle Police Intelligence Division reported that they believed the family may have been killed by an extremist group called Al-Fuqra. And an FBI informant told them that he knew an imam who ordered the murders and knew a man who said he committed the murders. He said he even saw a baseball bat in the trunk of his car and believed that was the murder weapon. The cops hadn't even publicized that the weapon was a metal baseball bat yet.
I mean, all this is just so intriguing.
It seems like the Bellevue police kind of blew that all off. Do you think it's possible that they just didn't pay attention to that at all?
I believe with all that has happened in the world, this would be checked out. And at the time, I think it wasn't properly checked out.
On the day that Atif Rafay's parents and his sister were laid to rest, Atif was nowhere to be found. He and his buddy Sebastian Burns were on a bus on their way to Sebastian's home in Vancouver, Canada.
My dad was very worried about what the Bellevue police were doing. He'd called a friend of his who was a lawyer. He told his friend some of the things that the police had been saying to him. And it was pretty clear that the police were treating us as suspects. His friend, who was a lawyer, said, if it was my kid, I'd drive down there tonight and pick him up myself. My dad asked me, did I want him to come and drive down that night and pick him up myself after he told me that? And I told him, no, it's okay, we'll catch a bus back the next day. But he was very concerned that we come back to Canada as soon as possible.
How did the Bellevue police feel about their prime suspects fleeing the country?
This is a part of the story that really drives me freaking crazy. They didn't have any basis to continue holding them. They'd been interviewed numerous times. And the truth is, they didn't flee. These boys didn't flee. A representative from the Canadian consulate informed the Bellevue police of their plans that the boys would be picked up by their father and taken back to Vancouver, British Columbia. And they said, is that all right? And they were told, yes, it's all right. She then tells the boys, this consulate officer tells the boys it's okay to go, and they leave. That is many things in this world, but that is not fleeing.
But the media reported it as them fleeing, which did not make them look good. So there wasn't enough evidence to hold them. When they got to Canada, did Sebastian's family believe that the boys were innocent?
Oh, absolutely, they believed. This was an impossibility that this could have happened. They believed they were innocent, and they were just being set upon by a police department in a wealthy community that was under enormous pressure to solve this case.
But again, the boys didn't really help themselves at all. They behaved very badly. They used money from the Rafay family estate to rent and then buy a Mustang convertible and go on a road trip.
Yeah, and there was a memorial service for the Rafay family in Vancouver. It was covered by media from around the world, and the boys were there, and they decided to, when they came out of the mosque, to run to a car, and they were laughing and covering up their faces, and it was just a shocking, shocking moment.
What was so funny, Atif?
I guess, it was the media that was funny. And it was the sheer grotesqueness of, these were people who were literally chasing me down to ask me, why won't you cooperate with the police? I guess the sheer gall, I suppose, of being chased down at a memorial service and asked questions by reporters who really cared nothing, I suspect, for my family, for the murders, for anything but getting a rise, essentially, out of me. It just seemed absolutely grotesque, and I suppose I couldn't help laughing at it.
You know, when I watched the clips of that memorial service, it looked to me like Sebastian gave the finger to one of the camera crews. And they looked like rock stars walking into some venue. It was just bizarre. But, you know, what's interesting is to some people, they actually looked like traumatized teenagers. Some people believe that if they were trying to get away with murder, they would have been crying and acting, you know, upset and weeping at the grave sites, not acting like the idiots that they were acting like. Do you think they were in shock?
Well, there was a behavioral expert who was ready to testify for the defense, but this man was never called. And he said that this goofy, bizarre behavior is actually common in extremely traumatic events with boys whose brains aren't yet fully formed, that you'll get that kind of behavior.
So no matter what people believed about these boys, they became clearly notorious. It seems like everybody knew who they were and what they were suspected of doing.
I mean, Sebastian testified that he now is almost like the best, he and Atif were the best known men in British Columbia because of all the media coverage. He couldn't get a job and he couldn't go back to college. And Atif couldn't get back to school due to the attention of this case. So they rent a house in Vancouver with two high school friends, including a close friend who ends up playing an important role in this case, Jimmy Miyoshi. And they would play loud music all night long. People would call the RCMP,
the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And the RCMP at this point decides, you know, let's open up our own investigation.
Right. And so they decide to bug the house that the boys were living in. They also bugged Sebastian's cell phone. And and they realized that they were smart boys and that they had to be smarter than the boys. So they used what was called in Canada at that point, the Mr. Big operation.
Detective Bob Thompson told us you had committed the perfect murder. There was no evidence at the house linking you to this crime. And if you hadn't gone back to Canada and gotten involved in this undercover operation, you never would have been arrested. Do you think about that?
Oh, I think about that often.
And that sting operation would prove to be the boys' undoing. That's next time on Killer Conversation. 48 Hours Killer Conversation is hosted and produced by me, Judy Rybak. Our story editor is Maura Walls. Alan Pang oversees recording, mixing, and sound design, fact-checking, and additional production support from Rebecca LaFlamme, and special thanks to 48 Hours executive producer Judy Tygard and Paramount Podcast Vice President Megan Marcus. Follow and listen to Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you liked this episode, please rate and review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Follow Killer Conversation on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
"48 Hours" continues.
I think that everyone who knew Sebastian thought that he was going on to do something interesting with his life. Yeah, people expected him to be a leader, to do something interesting, and I hope one day he will.
Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafay should have been celebrating at the West Vancouver High School 10-year reunion. Instead, they had become the class of '93's most infamous graduates. Prosecutors say just 1 year out of high school, these brilliant best friends tried to commit the perfect murder. It was a brutal crime.
There's blood all over his face.
That shocked the upscale suburb of Bellevue, Washington. Atif's mother, father, and sister bludgeoned to death. The motive, insurance money. The boys got away and were living in Canada until undercover police officers caught them on tape boasting about how they did it.
How did you do 3 people at once? None at once.
Now, on the eve of their murder trial, a judge would decide if a jury would get to hear those chilling confessions.
I do not find the undercover officers' conduct in this case shocking or outrageous, although they were deceitful, persistent, and aggressive. They engaged in tricks, but not dirty tricks.
It was a controversial ruling allowing the boys' own words to be used against them.
What'd you do first? The mother.
And would set the tone for the whole trial.
Just how powerful is the impact of this video of these 2 boys confessing to murders?
It's incredibly powerful. When I first saw it, I was taken aback. I was shocked. There are 2 young men seemingly laughing about slaughtering 3 people and saying, I did it.
And while the confessions may be shocking, the defense says they're not true.
This case is about what happens when a presumption of guilt, when a gut feeling that you have the right suspects takes over from logical and objective evaluation of the evidence. This case is about what happens when you pursue individuals as opposed to pursuing the truth.
Finally, in November 2003, more than 9 years after the Raffaele family murders, Sebastian and Atif get their day in court.
The jury's going to finally hear the story of what really happened to the Raffaele family, and they'll hear the story of Sebastian and Atif's innocence.
But prosecutors had a very different story to tell.
Sebastian Burns is young, thoughtful, charismatic, manipulative, and most importantly, a killer. A brutal killer.
You've been portrayed as a monster.
Yeah. Yes.
Maniacal, plotting, a murderer. Are you those things?
No.
The state's theory is we want to make the jurors hate these 2 young men. Essentially, they make it a test of character as opposed to a test of evidence.
And character is at the heart of the prosecution's case.
All rise. Superior Court is now in session.
The defendants were 2 young men who believed they could commit the perfect murder.
Roger David Heiser opened for the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you will hear in the end is that it was this very hubris that sealed their fate, and their arrogant and unrealistic belief that they were smart enough to achieve mastery over the police and their investigation.
He zeroed in on the piece of evidence that launched the case, and for the first time revealed a startling flaw in the boys' plan.
I need an ambulance.
They made that 911 call too quickly.
We think they're dead.
My belief is that they just walked straight into the house and made the 911 call.
The timing was critical, so we asked Detective Thompson to retrace their drive home from downtown Seattle, where they were last seen that night.
18 minutes.
What does that tell you?
And 18 minutes would give them 3 minutes in the house.
And 3 minutes, said the prosecutors, was not enough time in the house to find the bodies and do all the things Sebastian and Atif told the police they did.
And think about what they had to do in that 3 minutes. 3 minutes to arrive home, pull the family car into the garage, enter the home through the garage, discover and comprehend that Sultana, Tariq, and Basma had been brutally attacked and lay dead in 3 different areas of that house.
The revelation startled the defense, but Sung Richardson was thinking on her feet.
I'm asking you, how long does it take to walk into a house and see these 2
brutally butchered bodies of Atif's family and then run downstairs and call 911.
And turn the prosecution's argument on its head.
How long is 3 minutes? Well, let's see. That was about a minute and a half.
But remember, it wasn't just the murders. In that 3 minutes, the boys also had to figure out there'd been a burglary and that a VCR and Discman were missing.
There's been some kind of break-in.
I hear the voice of a person who has contrived a story that can only be explained by somebody who knew very well what had happened in the Rafe family home.
I was out of my mind at the time. I was totally in shock, totally staggered and confounded and was almost totally hysterical.
In a case where every minute matters, the defense bolsters their claim of the boys' innocence by playing up statements the neighbors on both sides of the Rafe house gave to police in the days following the murders. The neighbors initially said that they heard pounding coming from inside the Rafe house at a time when the boys have an airtight alibi. You were standing in this driveway. And Mark Seidel lived right next door to the Rafes. How loud were the bangs you were hearing?
They're pretty hard hits. A little bit harder than you'd hang a picture.
Seidel says back then he didn't think a murder was taking place next door and figured the Rafes, who had just moved in, were probably unpacking.
I sort of thought about going over and helping them so they could go to sleep, but luckily that night I didn't.
The Rafes' other next-door neighbor, Judy Rybak, testified that she also heard sounds.
Initially, I thought it just sounded like hammering. It had sort of an odd resonance to it.
The neighbors who heard these sounds described them in great detail and verified what they were for the police, all heard them well before 10 o'clock at night.
And at 10 o'clock, Sebastian and Atif were still seen at the movie theater. If the jury believes these initial reports that Mark Seidel and Judy Rybak gave to police, your case could be in trouble.
Absolutely. You can't be in two places at one time. There's no debating that point.
There are two independent neighbors who separately heard the murder happen at the end of twilight before 10 o'clock. And we were known to be on the other side of town when that happened. It was impossible for us to have committed this crime.
Prosecutors contend it is possible. Even though the boys were seen going to the 9:50 movie, there's no proof that they stayed. Is there a way for these two boys to exit the theater without drawing attention to themselves, say during the movie? Jose Martinez sold the boys movie tickets that night, and he showed us how they could sneak out from this theater.
Got this exit behind the curtain or the other one over there.
If they slip through this curtain, you're not letting any light into the theater.
Correct.
Then up these stairs?
And out this exit door.
Doors outside. The defense protested that even though it could have happened that way, there was no proof that it did, and that prosecutors were grasping at straws to get a conviction.
They sifted through Sebastian's history and his life, and Atif's history and his life, and tried to find anything that would make them look like bad people.
In fact, months into the trial, prosecutors brought this intriguing surprise witness from the boys' past, who said she had evidence that could turn the case. But first, they would have to convince the judge to let the jury hear what she had to say.
You swear or affirm.
Nazgul Shifte was a friend from the boys' high school days who had dated Sebastian.
What was this comment that Sebastian Burns made that stood out at you?
He said, I want to try to kill someone one day to see how it would feel, because I think I would find it enjoyable.
She claimed a late-night conversation she'd had years ago with the boys in her bedroom had planted the seeds for murder.
Did you think he was serious?
He wasn't laughing, and he said it in a serious tone.
Sebastian doesn't deny having the conversation, but emphatically says he wasn't serious.
It's a one-line paraphrase of a sarcasm from a hippy-dippy 3 a.m. conversation 10 years ago, and I can't remember enough about it to defend myself against it.
If anyone would reflect on that and think, imagine if the worst parts of my personality, maybe the worst moments when I was 18 years old, that I would be reminded of them for the next 9 years of my life, and that in the public's eye would be the person that I'd become, I think people would really shudder. It's a nightmare.
Thank you for your time and your testimony.
It was certainly damning testimony, but the jury would never hear it.
There is no question, had I known about this last spring, I would have admitted this. 4 months into this thing, I can't stop this process and let everyone dash to the four winds to try and research this.
The judge's decision flustered prosecutors. But there's another witness, more powerful and much more damning.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about
The friend the boys swore would never betray them.
Do you recognize Mr. Burns and Mr. Rafe in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
It had been years since Jimmy Miyoshi had seen his high school buddies, Sebastian and Atif. Jimmy had moved to Japan and was living under another name when prosecutors forced him to return to Seattle and face his friends at their murder trial.
He was, in no uncertain terms, conflicted. In fact, he spent the last 2 or 3 years of his life trying to avoid the eventuality of being compelled to come to court and testify against his two best friends.
Jimmy could have easily been sitting next to his best friends, charged with a crime. Back in 1995, during the undercover operation, Jimmy was also a target of the RCMP. The RCMP believed Miyoshi helped the boys plan the murder of the Rafe family, and they wanted him to give a full confession on tape, just like his friends had done.
You know what went on down there in that house? What went on? Yeah.
But no matter how much he was pressed for details, Miyoshi refused to implicate his friends in the murder.
Okay, do you know who killed the parents? Yeah. Who? Is that what you want? I just want you to explain to me exactly the purposes of you wanting to know. Is that so we can establish this kind of totally for trust? Totally for trust? Totally.
In some ways, was Jimmy Miyoshi the smartest of them all?
He's not in jail.
In fact, Jimmy was arrested with Sebastian and Atif and interrogated by authorities in Canada.
He was told that he might face the death penalty himself. He was told that his family, his job, his future would be ruined unless he said that Sebastian and Atif confessed to him.
Back then, Jimmy told the police that his friends were innocent.
At the time of your arrest on July 31, 1995, were they honest answers?
They were answers that, I guess, the intention of a lot of those answers was to protect Sebastian and Atif.
At that point, on July 31, 1995, why is it that you gave answers that were designed to protect Sebastian and Atif?
And I guess it was also in a way to protect myself, but in general, because I didn't want Sebastian and Atif to get arrested and potentially convicted.
But under increasing pressure, Miyoshi eventually agreed to cooperate. And in exchange, he was granted immunity from charges of conspiracy to commit murder. Suddenly, he began to reveal more to the police about what he knew. But now the question loomed. Would Miyoshi betray his best friends?
Had this subject ever come up before, the notion of Atif Rafay killing his family?
No, this was the first time.
In a halting voice that often dropped to a whisper, Jimmy told the court that it was during a drive from Seattle to Vancouver when Atif first brought up the idea of killing his family.
What was your response to the notion of Atif's notion of killing his family?
I guess I was listening, and I mean, he was my friend at the time, and I guess in a way I was neutral on that notion.
On the stand, Jimmy recounted a discussion about how the boys would commit the crime.
Remember which methods were discussed?
I remember something about gassing the house, and I remember a discussion about, I guess, using a baseball bat.
What do you remember about why a baseball bat could or should be used?
I guess a quick and a painless way of killing someone.
I don't think there's any question that he was a sounding board for them.
The prosecution says Jimmy consulted on an especially chilling part of the plan. Sebastian and Atif stayed here at the Rafay family home during the 5 days before the murders. And it was no coincidence. It was part of the plan, prosecutors say, to commit the perfect crime.
If they had been living in the house previously, that any kind of hair or whatever samples that were collected after wouldn't necessarily mean that they had done it.
By virtue of their being in the house for several days, any fingerprint that would be found or could be found could be explained as a result of their having been there for several days. Any hair evidence that might be found could be explained for them having been in the house for several days prior to the murders.
It's diabolical, but it's pretty clever.
Damn clever.
Finally, Jimmy gave the prosecution what they needed. He said that Atif watched while Sebastian bludgeoned the family.
I remember hearing about how, I guess, Atif was pretty distraught, and that from the moment that Sebastian had struck his mother, that it was kind of there's no going back. And
how hard was it to sit and listen to Jimmy Miyoshi's testimony?
It was enormously difficult. I think it was difficult for him as well. As I say, I am outraged that he did it, but at the same time, I think I reserve my real outrage for the people who forced him to do it.
Did you discuss a plan to murder the Rafay family with Jimmy Miyoshi?
No, we didn't. Never.
Why did Jimmy Miyoshi testify that you did?
Because he had a life sentence held to his head. And if he didn't say what the police and the prosecution wanted him to say, that life sentence was going to go off.
It's the first time in 8 years that you have ever said anything like that, isn't it, sir?
I'm not sure.
And isn't what happened?
The defense tried to hammer back. Jimmy once lied to save his friends, so he could be easily lying now to save himself.
You're making it up as you go along, sir. That's why you're saying things for the first time yesterday.
No, I don't believe I am.
Do you believe that Jimmy Miyoshi is a liar?
Jimmy Miyoshi is a self-admitted liar. Jimmy Miyoshi acknowledges that he has lied. The question will be, how many lies does Jimmy Miyoshi get to tell? Mr. Miyoshi, this conversation was on
The defense needed to come back with something strong, and they had an arsenal of forensic evidence that flew in the face of Miyoshi's testimony. They told the jury that there were 3 killers in the house that night. Experts analyzed the patterns of blood on the wall and found drops everywhere except this area, where there was no blood, indicating another killer may have stood there during the attack. They also said a pillow was moved during the bludgeoning.
So we have killer number 1 moving the pillow. We have killer number 2 bludgeoning Dr. Rafay with the bat. And then we have killer number 3 who has to remain in the exact same place throughout the entire duration of the attack on Dr. Rafay.
And there was even more tangible evidence, a single hair on Tariq Rafay's bed.
According to the police officers there, this was an important hair because this hair, according to the Bellevue Police Department, would tell them who committed this crime.
Did it match Atif?
No.
Sebastian?
No.
Sultana?
No.
Basma?
No.
Tariq?
No. We don't know whether that hair originated from someone who sat in the same seat that Sebastian Burns sat in at the movie theater, or whether it was picked up by Dr. Rafay at his workplace, or how it got on that bed.
Or if it was a hair from the killer.
Or if it was a hair from the killer.
Prosecutors also added DNA evidence needs to fit a pattern and appear in more than one place at a crime scene.
That DNA profile appeared nowhere else in that house. There was absolutely no other pattern of trace evidence that could even be remotely suggested to be related to that hair. That was an isolated hair.
So, with the forensic evidence inconclusive, the case comes down to whom the jury would believe.
You're saying the testimony of one of my best friends, don't listen to that. My own words on the videotape, don't listen to that. Just take my word for it. We didn't do it.
Defense calls Sebastian Burns.
All rise for the jury.
More than 100 witnesses would take the stand in the State versus Burns and Rafay.
Could you kill again? Circumstances are right.
Finally, Canada's most secret undercover operation would be exposed before the jury. And so would the question that had lingered for so many years.
Why would you confess to a murder you didn't do?
At that point, it seemed like the only safe choice. It seemed like the best choice.
Why on earth would anyone confess to a murder they didn't do unless they were petrified that they were actually going to be killed themselves or people they loved were going to come to some type of harm?
The defense set out to prove that the scales were tipped from the beginning. Professional liars.
In 1975, I was first trained in the undercover work.
Against teenage boys.
Have you worked as the primary undercover operator before?
Yes.
I am frightened by the fact that this kind of undercover operation can be used ostensibly to search for the truth when it is built in whole on lies and manipulation and threats.
Mr. Burns, come on forward.
Sebastian would have to convince the jury to believe him now and not to believe what he said on those tapes.
I was in way over my head, and I did not want to be involved with these guys. I was upset with myself for having agreed to drive the car.
Sebastian began his side of the story with the first assignment from the crime boss, transporting that stolen car.
What was your reaction when you heard that they wanted you to drive this stolen car?
Well, pretty quickly, I felt that I'd been tricked.
Sebastian, why didn't you just look at him and say, I am out of here. Walk away.
No, but there is no walking away.
You want to know what I did my time for? I posted it. When it came time for court, the person that could finger me, they're not around anymore.
Sebastian says he couldn't walk away from criminals whose power seemed to be so far-reaching.
I believe that if I'd cross them, or if they weren't happy with me, or if they thought that I was going to betray them, that they would have me killed.
I just assumed that, you, with your connections, that if I were to you around, okay, I would just assume that I would wake up one day with a bullet in my head.
On the stand, Song Richardson pressed Sergeant Hazlitt about his scare tactics.
Sebastian could easily, very easily, have believed that you and your organization would hurt people if they crossed you, right?
He could have believed it, yes.
And that you would kill people if they ever crossed you, right?
Well, I've never said that. It goes to Sebastian Burns' imagination. Let him sit back when he goes home at night and imagine whatever he chooses to.
Is there any time in which your character directly threatens Sebastian Burns?
No, never.
The idea was not to frighten Sebastian, but to make him comfortable talking about murder to other murderers.
I know you did that, Burns. That's why you're here, because you're stolen.
Could Sebastian Burns have walked away from his relationship with you at any time he chose to do so?
Without a doubt, he didn't have to return our calls.
Hey, it's Sebastian leaving message number 3.
Sebastian stayed, the defense argued, because he believed the Bellevue police were fabricating evidence against him.
I'm going to show you something. You never saw this from me.
That phony memo detailing the evidence that the cops had against the boys.
Just read this piece of
The undercover operators only offered to destroy the evidence if Sebastian confessed.
You don't say to Sebastian, look, Sebastian, if you didn't do it, just say so. We'll still deal with that evidence for you. We'll deal with it so you won't get convicted. But if you didn't do it, just say so. We'll still help. You never said that, right?
No, I didn't say that because, up until this time, Sebastian Burns had never denied the involvement in the murders to me.
Going into the meeting on July 18th, what was your plan?
My plan was to claim to be the murderer that they insisted that they believed that I was.
And to be convincing, Sebastian says he studied newspaper accounts, so he'd know details of the murders.
What'd you do first? The mother. Then? My dad and my sister.
As the cameras rolled, Sebastian confirmed the police theory that the weapon was a baseball bat.
Did you use a metal or a wooden bat? Metal.
And the eerie notion that the killer had showered before leaving.
I think it's a shower to clean off, blood and that kind of stuff.
And that wasn't the only reason why detectives found no blood on the boys.
How do you it's on a baseball bat? You have to shower, no blood on you. You do it naked.
Sebastian pointed out how he and Atif would profit from the crime.
Whatever money we get, it's like we would invest it in our film, I guess.
And he gave up the most sought-after clue, the loophole in the alibi.
What'd you do the dirty deed? Movie. And I'm gonna get you out of the trouble you're in.
Flattered.
Huh?
I'm flattered by your attention.
Atif explained that while Sebastian killed his family, he staged a break-in.
What did you do when you were in the house?
Stood around. Ranked out a VCR.
You told Hazlitt, am I correct, that you committed these murders of the Raffaele family, during the movie? Am I right?
Correct.
That the VCR was taken to also contribute to the simulation of a breaking and entering?
That's right.
You had the alibi of the movie.
The prosecution had another bombshell ready to drop on the defense. It wasn't the first time Sebastian used a movie as an alibi.
You got into a car collision, didn't you?
Yes.
You were driving your family car at the time?
That's correct, yes.
I mean, you hit a pole in a parking lot. Did you own up to it at the time?
No, I did not.
When he was 16, Sebastian staged an elaborate cover-up to conceal the fact that he had wrecked the family car.
Mr. Burns, the reality is what you said about doing was very similar to what you told Hazlitt you did in this case, isn't that correct?
I told Hazlitt that we committed a murder, which we didn't do.
Well, Mr. Burns, let me stop you there for a moment.
Roger David Heiser drew a haunting parallel between the accident scene and the murder scene. Back in high school, Sebastian went to great lengths to make it seem like someone else did the damage while he was at the movies. But the insurance company caught him in the cover-up.
And in March of 1992, albeit with this stupid little car crash, what you decided to do was to pick up the pieces of evidence that were at the scene of this collision. Am I right?
Correct.
You put those back in your car, am I correct?
Correct.
You took them to an entirely different location in North Vancouver, am I right?
Correct.
And you staged a scene in a parking lot, am I right?
Basically.
You manipulated the evidence to appear as though it was something that it wasn't. Am I right?
Yes.
And the reason you did that, sir, was so that you could say that this accident occurred while you were at the movies. Am I right?
Correct.
Sir, you weren't at the movies when that accident occurred, were you?
No. The difference is that the first one is a car accident and the second one is a homicide.
That's correct, Mr. Burns. That is a difference.
And the difference is also that in the first case, I was responsible for the car accident, and in the second case, I had nothing to do with this homicide.
David Heiser wasn't about to let that statement go in front of the jury. He had more of that damning tape.
Can I tell you something? Like, I felt like, I was capable. And, like, have you ever killed a person?
And on July 18th of 1995, after you told him that you had in fact killed the Raffay family, you told him that you did it because you felt capable of killing, right?
Correct, yes.
Did you see it happen?
Yeah.
All three?
No, only one.
Which one?
My mom.
The demeanor with which they deliver this message of what they accomplished that night in Bellevue is chilling.
Did any of them fight?
Yeah.
Well, that's a story that hasn't really been told, because
I think you want to tell it.
I know that.
You can hear Atif giggling in the background and kind of going, oh God, oh God.
Basically, his father was nothing, and curious episode was the sister who basically, was standing up and walking around and whatever. And so took a little effort.
Your behavior on that tape, when there's some laughing, did you think that the murder of the Raffay family was some sort of a comedy?
No, absolutely not. But we were lying, and I was not thinking about the murder of the Raffay family when I was talking.
To a certain extent, I had essentially put the real events out of my mind entirely, so that I was really only thinking of the story that I was selling to Mr. Hazlitt.
That's not part of a story that two scared individuals come up with because they think it's what two mafia characters want to hear. That's the truth. That's the truth coming from the mind of Atif Raffay and Sebastian Burns.
It's a challenge to sum it all up in a couple of hours.
6 months of testimony comes down to one final argument.
There is no gray area. There is nothing in between. Either you must believe what Sebastian Burns says and every single thing he says, or you must convict him.
James Conant will speak for the state.
You like your odds?
Very much.
Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Jeff Robinson knows this is his last chance in front of the jury, and he will have to counter with everything he has.
How many times does the evidence have to tell us it's not Sebastian and it's not Atif before we listen? please listen.
He points to the bloody scene in Tariq's bedroom and evidence of 3 killers.
3 people went into Dr. Rafay's room, and there are 3 unknown DNA profiles.
Robinson reminds them that there is no forensic evidence linking the boys to the crime.
And the question that you're required to ask yourselves is, what has the state shown me to make me believe that he is guilty without having one reason to doubt it?
Mr. Conant, the floor is yours.
Your Honor, thank you. There can be no doubt in your mind that these 2 are the killers.
The prosecution insists it is Sebastian's own words that leave no room for doubt.
How did you kill 3 people at once? Not at once, I don't want to hear that.
And ultimately, the words that came out of Sebastian Burns' mouth led to his demise. His hubris led to his demise.
What would be most compelling to the 12 jurors? Would it be the neighbors who thought they heard the murders that night when the boys were spotted at the movie theater? Or would they be haunted by Jimmy Miyoshi's words damning his 2 former best friends? Would the jury believe that Sebastian was scared of those undercover operators? Or is this the picture of a young man who thinks he's about to get away with murder? For the last time, the jury is asked to envision the last moments in the Rafay family home.
This is the horror that they left behind, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we must not lose sight of.
Finally, it is up to the jury to make its decision.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're retired to deliberate your verdicts.
In the script for The Great Despisers, 2 boys are wrongfully convicted and executed. After 4 days of deliberations, 10 years after the murders, the final act in the real-life plotline.
All rise for the jury.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Glenn Sebastian Burns, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree as charged in count 1, verdict form 1F. We, the jury, find the defendant, Atif Ahmed Rafay, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree as charged in count 3.
I did not believe that they didn't have reasonable doubt. I just didn't believe it.
I'm afraid of him. I think he's very scary. And I looked at him a few times and he was glaring at me personally, and anybody that commit a crime like that is a frightening person.
I was looking at individual jurors just to see if they, I don't know, I guess I was looking for some kind of an answer.
I wonder how they sleep at night. I wonder how they came to that decision.
Go back over here, one way or the other.
With the verdict that was given, can you sleep well at night now?
Yes.
No second thoughts?
No.
No way.
Not with anyone?
Not a doubt. Nope.
I personally myself, to the very day of the end of the trial, wanted them to be innocent. And in the end, I was totally overcome by the evidence, obviously. But I think all of us were wishing that some suspect would be guilty so that we could not convict these 2 young men.
On October 22nd, 2004, 5 months after the verdict,
Good morning.
Sebastian and Atif were back in court.
Sebastian, anything to say before they put you away?
This time to hear their sentence from the judge.
Send Mr. Burns a very clear message that he has been found guilty. Send him to prison for the rest of his natural life, times 3 consecutive life sentences.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sebastian had his own message for the court.
With all due respect to the jurors, the verdict was wrong.
In the audience were jurors who had convicted him and the undercover operators who had sealed his fate.
I certainly feel sorry for the victims. I feel sorry for their surviving son.
This was his only expression of sympathy
Before I continue, I would just encourage you to consider.
in a speech that went on
And that's
for
what
almost 2
our
hours.
jury was made to have.
I want to insist today on the truth that we are innocent.
Atif never took the stand during the trial.
And I love my parents. I revere their memory to this day.
He used this moment to admit he was ashamed.
Your Honor, the impersonation that I gave on those videotapes,
Yes.
there's no relation, is alien to everything that I've ever felt or thought. I truly admired my father. I was probably closer to my mother than to any other person that I ever will be. And the memory of her wit and her charm and her keen human sympathy, they're dear to me to this day.
Mr. Raffay, thank you. Unlike your colleague, I find you genuinely remorseful, Mr. Raffay. I think the tragedy for you and ultimately your family was a meeting, a fateful meeting at probably a school cafeteria or a school ground, I don't know where it occurred, with Mr. Burns.
Judge Mertel saved his harshest words for Sebastian Burns.
Mr. Burns, you're not immoral. You're amoral. You are an arrogant, convicted killer. You are not a kid, as you so often refer to yourself. You're an adult, and you will be held responsible as an adult for your premeditated, naked, vicious massacre of this family. It is therefore the conclusion of this court that you should be sentenced on count 1 to life without possibility of parole, count 2 to life without possibility of parole, and on count 3 to life without possibility of parole, those 3 sentences to run consecutively.
It's taken them a decade, but prosecutors will send the Raffay's only son and his best friend to prison for life.
We've been saying all along, they thought they planned the perfect murder.
Justice has been done for the 3 victims, and our community has held the 2 individuals responsible for this accountable for their conduct. There is a great deal of satisfaction in being part of that, a great deal of satisfaction.
Before we begin, just a trigger warning. The following episode contains references to graphic physical violence. Please listen with care. Welcome to Killer Conversation, a podcast about the criminal mind. My name is Judy Rybak, and I'm a longtime 48 Hours producer. This is part 2 of my conversation with Peter Van Sant about his interviews with 2 convicted killers, Sebastian Burns and Atif Raffay. Burns and Raffay were just teenagers when they murdered Raffay's family, and they might never have been caught were it not for a Canadian sting known as the Mr. Big operation. So, Peter, Mr. Big, what is that?
So this was a unit within the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, an undercover unit that would pose as a organized crime family. And they had the ability, when they had a target, to get that person entwined in their illegal business, what the target thought would be illegal. One of the undercover officers told me, Peter, we have never had a target who we did not successfully pull into our organized crime family. And he said, I'm talking doctors, lawyers, bankers. They were brilliant at this. And so the house was bugged, and an undercover officer hears that Sebastian is going to get his hair cut at a salon in downtown Vancouver, and they decide this is our moment to make an approach to him. They'd also learned that Sebastian and Atif had been working on a screenplay called The Great Despisers, and it's a story about two young men wrongfully accused of murdering a family. Wow, where did they get that idea, Judy? Where do you think they got that? And so when Sebastian came out of the barber shop, there was a member of the Mr. Big undercover team waiting who approaches him and says, "Hey, how's it going? You know, I left my keys in my car here. You know, can you do me a favor? Drive me down to the local hotel. I got an extra set of keys down there." And so the adventure with the Mr. Big team began.
Right. They went to a bar and they started talking and forming a relationship, and because they knew about the screenplay, they sort of used that to reel him in, right? Like at some point he said, "I know somebody who I think can fund your movie, who can give you money to make your film. Let's go meet him." And that very same night, they went to go meet with Mr. Big, who they called Al, right?
Yes. I've met Al. I've interviewed Al in shadow. All the guys on this undercover team were among the most talented I have ever seen. They looked like character actors out of a Hollywood movie. And not long after they meet, this mobster Al, Mr. Big, he asked Sebastian to drive a very expensive stolen car from Whistler Mountain outside of Vancouver back to the city. And Sebastian agreed. And after the delivery, Sebastian was paid $200. That made him angry because he wanted a lot more money than that. But instead of running away from what he thought was a criminal enterprise, Sebastian told them he wanted more money.
Right.
This is what, remember I told you, these guys said we always get somebody. Once they see our world, we're able to hook somebody.
They know their audience, right?
So he and Jimmy Miyoshi, remember his roommate, they agreed to start laundering money for this Mr. Big enterprise, and they were paid $2,000 for that. Oh, these are guys that can't get jobs. They're suddenly raking in the dough. They're having excitement. They're living on the edge.
Right.
And Sebastian ends up working for this criminal enterprise for nearly 4 months.
I think we should just clarify that Jimmy Miyoshi was a high school friend who they were living with at the time of the sting operation. So eventually, Sebastian was asked if he was willing to, ready for this, commit murder.
The only reason why I'm talking like that, if you follow the whole conversation, you'll see he's asking me a lot of questions about how does my conscience handle crime. And this is after he's already confessed to me that he's a murderer himself. And after he's also told me that he's worried that I'm a threat to his organization. He's worried that I'm reluctant to work for them. And it was clear that he was worried that I was going to tell them to the police. And the only conceivable purpose, I told him at this point that wouldn't bother my conscience, but I wouldn't want to do it myself. And he continued to ask me questions.
But you're saying I'd do it, but I wouldn't do it. You're saying, yeah, I'd kill somebody, but, I guess I wouldn't kill somebody. Is that what you're saying we should take from that exchange?
Well, what you should take from that exchange is that I was trying to satisfy him that I wasn't going to tell the police what he just confessed to me. And I also told him, however, that I didn't want to do it. I mean, the sum total...
Aren't we getting a glimpse here into the real Sebastian Burns, the man who had murdered a family and is now telling one of these undercover guys, you're willing to do it again?
No, that's completely not true. And if you read the rest of that excerpt, Peter, I think that it will be more clear that what I'm telling him there is that I do not want to do that.
So is it true? Did he try to walk away? Did he ever say no to anything?
No, he stays. He says because he was afraid of what they would do to him if he didn't. But we already know that he is delighted, and they've heard on these bugging devices, he's delighted by the money that's coming in.
So they tell the boys that that they've heard that there's evidence against them in the case in Washington, right? They have a memo that they show them that says that police found hairs and DNA and blood evidence that's gonna turn the whole case around. And they tell the boys that that they can help get rid of that evidence.
Yeah, this is really convincing stuff. This is very persuasive to him that, oh my God, they've got this They've got this evidence, and Mr. Big, with all his connections, can destroy that evidence. But Sebastian has to agree to do something. What is it, Judy?
He has to confess to the murders.
That's right. And this is very clever. And this is where, in the United States at that time, if there was an undercover operation like this, you tell me, would this be admissible?
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. It would not be admissible. And Sebastian is, he's heading down that drain. It's swirling, and he's losing control, because now they're going to have to tell Mr. Big exactly what happened, to Mr. Big's satisfaction, at Atif's family's home. And eventually Sebastian and Atif are sitting in a room with Mr. Big. They're unaware that there's a hidden video camera, and it's recording every second of their conversation, picture and sound.
So this is Atif's first meeting with Mr. Big and his people. What did they say? What did they tell them about the murders?
There's no doubt about it. Sebastian admits to doing the murders, and he details how he did it, beginning with the mother, then the father, then the daughter, all beaten with a bat.
Yeah, the way he confesses on that undercover tape is so matter of fact, and at times he even laughs about it. You talk to him about that.
Your behavior on that tape, when there's some laughing, did you think that the murder of the Raffay family was some sort of a comedy?
No, absolutely not. But we were lying, and I was not thinking about the murder of the Raffay family when I was talking. I was trying to pass off a story, and for whatever reason, I guess the way that the whole ordeal affected me was to get nervous and to kind of giggle a bit. And I mean, in one sense, I was trying to act casual, and in another way, I was, I guess, just genuinely giggling nervously.
You laugh when you say Bosma needed a little extra bat work. That's sick, isn't it?
Well, yes. I don't want to split hairs, but the quote is actually a little more effort. I mean, not that it's much better, and I guess that is just splitting hairs, but at the same time, it's a little bit different.
That's not any better. Effort is still outrageous. You laugh when you're talking about killing Bosma.
Yeah, well, we were lying, and at that point, I felt very awkward because I didn't know what to say about it to Al, because we didn't do it, and I was making up a story, and I was chuckling awkwardly because I didn't know what to say. And we had already heard some of the details in the newspaper about what supposedly happened there, and I was just in a really awkward position, and I was just kind of chuckling nervously.
Sebastian, aren't we looking at you on this videotape? The real Sebastian Burns, the person who planned this murder, killed these people, and has no conscience to the point where you can laugh about it.
No, that's completely wrong. No, you are never seeing the real me on any of these tapes, in my opinion.
In my opinion, what an odd thing to say. Sebastian claims he was forced to confess, that he was afraid of what the mob boss might do to him if he didn't. So Atif is there that day, and he also confessed. They needed both boys there, right?
Yeah, but Atif claims that he also felt trapped in that moment and had no choice, that, if they confessed, the mob boss was going to protect him, and destroy that evidence down in Bellevue. And if they didn't, who knows what would have happened to them.
I certainly had no way of dealing with the situation other than the one that was offered by the undercover operatives, whereby somehow they would essentially magically take care of all our problems. And I can say that I almost enjoyed the irony of making a false confession in order to obtain a true exoneration. I thought that was kind of neat.
Neat? It was neat making up a story about his murdered family?
What can I say? And like Sebastian, he laughed when he talked about the murder of his sister Bosma.
You have declined to discuss the details of these murders during the course of this interview, what you saw inside your own house.
Right.
And yet, in front of two mobsters, you laugh about it and you give complete detail about what happened inside that house. I don't get it.
It's easier to talk about a fiction than it is about the truth, I think, in that way. I didn't have any emotional feelings about a fake story that I was telling.
He doesn't ever have any emotional feelings, or it doesn't appear that he's emotional. Anyway, to a lot of people, what the Canadian officers did feels like entrapment and coerced confessions. In fact, Sebastian's sister made a documentary about the Mr. Big operation that got Innocence International to take on Atif and Sebastian's case. But all of the appeals were denied.
At the time when I was covering this, and the way it was explained in court, is that this was an undercover operation that was completely legal in Canada at that time. Eventually, it became illegal, but at that time it was legal. And here in the U.S., there was an exception called the Silver Platter Doctrine, which said that if an operation was legal in the country where it was conducted, it was then admissible here in the United States. And defense attorneys tried to get the video thrown out, but the judge in Sebastian and Atif's trial allowed jurors to watch it. And on it, the boys confess.
Do you think they would have been convicted without those tapes?
I am not sure that they would have been convicted with what the neighbors had heard of these killings going on at a time when the boys were seen in a movie theater. I think there is hung jury was a real possibility, or an acquittal was a real possibility. This was the moment.
Right. Or there may never have been a trial, right?
Those of you who've been listening to all this, what do you think?
Right.
If that tape had not been played, would these boys have been convicted?
Right.
I think there's an excellent chance that they would not have been.
So a little over a year after the murders, they tell these Canadian officers that they committed the murders, but it took nearly 6 years to extradite them. Why?
Well, at the heart of this was the death penalty. There is no death penalty for murder in Canada, and the Canadian government said they're not going to extradite the boys until the judge in this case agreed to take, and prosecutors agreed to take the death penalty off the table, which eventually happened.
Right. Both boys were represented by public defenders, and there's kind of a crazy story about how they were pulled off the case.
Yeah.
Is it true that Sebastian had sex with one of his attorneys?
Yeah. So I'll leave her name out of it. She's been through so much. But he had this dynamic woman attorney that was considered one of the best in the public defender's office. She had gone to Japan to see Jimmy Miyoshi. Remember, he was Sebastian and Atif's roommate in Vancouver, British Columbia. And Jimmy had been accused of conspiring in the murders, and he made a deal with the state to testify against his friends, and then he moved to Japan. Well, Sebastian's lawyer flew to Japan to meet with him, and she came back. She was incredibly excited because she claimed that Jimmy told her that he felt leaned on to make the deal, and she was excited that if she could present this in court, it would completely undermine him as a witness. And I was told by the prosecutor in the case, who talked to the guards who watched some of this unfold, she ran into his the meeting room. She gives him this big hug. She tells him the news. They hug again, and then the hug immediately progressed into removal of clothing. A guard who was watching all of this called two other guards over, and because they were on a slightly second floor that they could look down and see this window on the door, this small window, could see inside. And they said, "Do you see what I see? Okay. Do you see what I see? Yeah, we all know what that is. Okay. Well, then let's go break this up." And it's a felony to have sex with an inmate in jail like that. And she had her law license suspended. She was taken off the case. And she had a partner who was incredibly bright and talented. And the two of them were taken off because they were a team. So when these two defense attorneys come in, instead of having years of research behind them, they had a few months to get prepared for this. And that was devastating to Sebastian and Atif's case.
So speaking of Jimmy Miyoshi, he had a lot to say in his deposition. He said that Atif told him that he had wanted to kill his family and that he was present when Sebastian killed his mother.
Yeah, he said he'd been present when Sebastian and Atif had discussed their plans to murder the family. And he specifically said he recalled them saying that they planned to stay at the Rafay home for a few days before the murder so their DNA and hair would be explainable when it was discovered during forensic examination.
Part of the plan, part of the master plan. So there was a bit of physical evidence that showed that there might have been someone else involved in the murder, at least of Tariq. What was that?
Well, there was a hair, just a single hair found on the body of Tariq Rafay that didn't belong to anyone in the family or Sebastian. Now, of course, Tariq worked in the outside world, and being at work, if somebody had given him a hug or anything else, you could see transference there. But there was also, and this was really strange, there was blood in the garage that was discovered that didn't belong to anyone in the family or to Sebastian. And also then, don't forget, the two neighbors who testified that they heard a commotion at the house at a time when the boys were in that movie theater.
Right. So Sebastian took the witness stand, which doesn't surprise me at all. What about you?
It doesn't surprise me. I'll use that phrase, brilliantly stupid.
Right.
His attorneys said, don't do this. We have a chance. There's some reasonable doubt in here. And do not do this. And Sebastian insisted.
If he was anything like he was in your interview, I can only imagine that the jury just hated him.
Yeah, he had that same attitude.
Right.
He was very put out while answering questions. And that attitude is of, I'm smarter than you, and I'm the one you should believe.
So at his sentencing, Sebastian never showed any remorse, told the jurors they were wrong, and went on for nearly 2 hours. What did he say?
Yeah, I was there. This was theater in the round, one-man performance. He talked to the judge directly, but also then turned back to talk to the people in the room, all of us that were there. He insisted he was innocent, repeated himself over and over about why the jury was wrong. He threw his defense team under the bus, called them ineffective. He claimed he didn't know he would testify until the morning of and was unprepared. That's not true. Defense attorney had told me that they had urged him not to do this. He forced them to put him on the stand. He insisted that he had not had his day in court and asked that if he could have a new trial and represent himself. The judge told him to wrap it up many times.
This is what the judge said when he sentenced Sebastian to 3 consecutive life sentences. Mr. Burns, you are not immoral, you are amoral. You are an arrogant, convicted killer. You are not a kid, as you so often refer to yourself. You're an adult, and you will be held responsible as an adult for your premeditated, naked, vicious massacre of this family. Of all the mic drops I've ever heard delivered from the bench, that was epic.
If I may say, a touch of genius from the judge. Such, as Atif might say, such irony for the two geniuses whose brilliance and arrogance had turned on them and led to their demise.
Yes. On the other hand, Atif seemed to get choked up at his sentencing. He didn't admit to his crime, but he showed remorse for his behavior.
For the first time, and I had interviewed him and things, I saw some humanity there. The big question always in a situation like that is he sad for what he did, or is he sad that he got caught?
Right, exactly. And was it genuine, or was he just terrified? So they both got 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. And of course, they vowed to fight their wrongful conviction. But they're never getting out, right?
Well, it's doubtful now. Sebastian has exhausted all of his appeals. Teef has one more to go. But I think it is very doubtful that that they will ever see life outside of a prison cell. Here's an exchange I had with Teef.
How would you describe what has happened to you?
I don't know. I guess we'd have to use words like disaster and calamity and other things. It's very easy to fall into the rut of self-pity, and so I try not to think on it too much. Luckily, it's very easy to, I guess, think of other things and fall into a sort of unmindfulness of your present situation.
And here's Sebastian.
Do you still see the images of their bodies when you think about the Raffet house, when you think about that night? Can you still see it in your mind's eye? Is it something you live with, that memory?
Truly, I don't know. It was something that was very much with me for, I know, the first year after it happened, especially with the first few weeks. It's been 10 years now. And so, in a lot of ways, I'm over it.
Why do you think they never turned on each other?
I still believe that they believe, and this is what has sustained them all these years, is that one day they will outsmart the system on appeal. They're down to their last one for Atif. And I don't think Atif could ever have turned on Sebastian, his idol and his mentor.
Right. So today they're both 49 years old. They're still in custody in the Monroe Correctional Complex. Atif was married in 2017, but is now divorced. Not surprisingly, he seems to have been, or is, a model prisoner, studying and teaching and writing papers and articles. All we know about Sebastian is that his parents visit him once a month, and according to them, he spent 10 years in solitary confinement. Well, Peter, we could go on forever, but we won't.
Yeah, somebody wrote a book about it.
Yes, you did.
That my relatives bought. Perfectly Executed is the book. I wrote it with Jenna Jackson, one of the producers.
All right. Thank you again.
Yeah, and thanks for reliving this with me. It is one of the most extraordinary cases of my career, and one I'll carry with me forever.
I can see why. 48 Hours Killer Conversation is hosted and produced by me, Judy Rybak. Our story editor is Maura Walls. Alan Pang oversees recording, mixing, and sound design, fact-checking, and additional production support from Rebecca LaFlamme. And special thanks to 48 Hours executive producer Judy Tygard and Paramount Podcast Vice President Megan Marcus.